Hi there. Okay, good day. Good morning. So, we did leave off with the completed brush. We had all the function that we wanted to code, but now it's really just a matter to refine them and to not stop and try to find all the bugs. So the first thing that I want to do is just to refine the features that we do have. There's one thing that I do have in mind, I will show you later, where we can still improve the functions, and after that we'll just go on the bug hunt and just try out different things. Now we didn't manage to find anything last time, but I'm sure that once we really try everything out and go through it from start to end, that we are going to find something that is not alright, and that is that I really plan a whole day just on fixing errors there that we did not realize that we do have. Sometimes you kind of get stuck in programming on problems that you don't really want to mess with because you didn't plan that you will have them. And in the end, I want to avoid that frustration, to be in that position where you have to fix things quickly because you just didn't plan for them. And then you have that big expectation that you're going to use that tool today, but in the end, you're not going to do it because you're still fixing things. And then there's just your emotional attachment coming into play, which is going to hurt you a little bit. Like I think there is a saying, we suffer more in our imagination than we suffer in reality. That if we have too high of an expectation, that is going to hurt us much more than if we have a low expectation and just take what we get and work with that in the daily life. Yeah. So let's take that and just start. And today I don't know. I don't feel like I have anything else to say. Normally I do my my streams like start them like a diary, yeah. But I really feel like I want to be very productive at the moment. Yesterday I procrastinated, and that's it. Nothing more to say. The rest of the days I was busy. Kind of tried to plan that, like get my work done so I can just stream a lot on the weekend, and then on Saturday I just wasn't in the mood, and I'm a little puzzled about that. If I should maybe just stream daily, and then it won't make much sense because I don't get many hours in there. I just get 1.5 hour streams, and that's not enough. That's just not enough to do anything useful in programming. And that's why I just wanted to try out to do whatever I have to do as work in the week, and then on the weekends just stream the whole day. And that's also what I'm trying to do for the next weeks. And I will see how far that is going to get me. Maybe I will still manage to stream in the week if I don't have that much stuff to do, but usually my cats here they require a lot of attention, and I just work a lot on stuff. And I still have big plans for that. Still, this is not final what you see here, and that's an issue just of money and time. And actually it's more an issue of time in my case, because as a programmer you do get paid fairly okay, even though I sometimes think some programmers really overdo it with their payment. It's not matching their skill level, but whatever. Not this again. Let's start. I just said, let's just take what we have and not complain. Not going to complain about my pay now. So, okay, my macro is still working. Left screen, white screen. Okay, that's cool. That means we can just go. I need to go a little bit more down with my chair. Okay, good. So let's see what we got here. So the first thing that I wanted to fix is once we pick our custom tile brush, yeah, we can rotate it with the hotkey. Oh, this is the offset. So set the offset and then rotate it with the hotkey. Yeah, and then I can change the offset again and just draw it in. Draw chance mode activated? No. Okay, so everything's fine here. This is exactly how it should behave. Can reset the position also, the rotation, just with the hotkey. Yeah. Now later I will make an inspector, but where you can define the hotkeys by yourself. But this is something that is going to be at the very end, after I tested out this tool, and then just after trying this out a lot, then I will have the chance to know what I actually want to put into the inspector. Okay, I really had a weird lag there, lag spike. So for some reason when I look up in my task manager, okay, that's looking normal. Lately I had yeah, the VM here that was not supposed to run all the time. Yeah, looks like that is gone. Okay, so let's get going. So where's the bug that I think that we should fix? Now we can't set an offset if we just have this one brush. It will say no. I'm pressing the hotkey. It will say no offset point currently in use. And if I press the hotkey, you can see the number is increasing. When I try to rotate, it's displaying a message that is not correct. It says no custom brush currently in use. That is not correct. I want to rotate this even if I only have one. And with the offset, yeah, you can set the offset still. You can still set an offset here. So I think we should change this message to offset can only be edited in group mode, and we should just straight fix this so that we can actually rotate when we just have a single object. Yeah, I think this is something that we should do. So let's go and try to find where this is going to pop up. So no offset point currently in use. Let's change that message to be offset editing only supported for custom brush group mode. So First of all, we have to use a custom brush. We can't do it with the Unity brush because it won't have the functions for rotation, and we don't support that. Yeah, we can't plug in stuff into the default tile map. That's not what we're supposed to do. And then we have no custom brush currently in use. I'm not sure because this says get current brush. So why would it go into this line here? That's weird. Let's see. Okay, it's only 2 lines, 2 times where this is getting thrown. That is when it's trying this method. So we're using a brush currently. So so this is trying to check if this has an offset point. Let's just see, it's used 7 times, so yeah, but we just want to get the current brush. We don't care about the offset point. And now we have to check where this is used, so this is kind of meh. So change preview to angle. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see if this is bugged now, because we don't have an offset point. So let's try to. Oh, it doesn't do. It just doesn't do anything. It just doesn't do anything if I press the hotkey. Now then, there's nothing thrown there, but there also seems to be no function. So with the reset rotation, let's skip that. Additional mode setup. Let's see what's happening there. So first it tries to get the reference point, and if not, it's going to return. Yeah, we also need to get this out. Then it's checking the brush class, and we can just use this method to use our own check here. And we shouldn't run into this line ever. It's just a safety check. Okay. Now we can see what is going to happen. Okay, we have an origin, but after that it's just straight up buggy, and the origin point doesn't get destroyed. Does this still work in group paint mode? Yeah, it does, but something's odd when I try to change the rotation here. What if I rotate this in group mode, then goes to single mode? Oh, then the rotation is still in there. So it should be possible with the function that we do have to change the rotation. It's just that if I press now G, some reason, it doesn't catch my mouse input, it does catch it once I go into the group mode. And I think what's happening here is that right now it's not getting my mouse. I think there's if I click, it's supposed to and rotate, it's supposed to update immediately. And I think once I click now, it's going to say, okay, now I got the click that I was listening for. And so it's good that there was no bug from my switching here. So that would also be an issue. But the main issue here is that the mouse input in there was draw chance modes. In this mode, this mouse input is catched somewhere. I think it's also catching the offset point or something. So let's go through here, see what's happening. It's going to create the origin point and tells the brush to change to wait until we change the mode. So there is the code where we would end the additional mode, and this is not done ever. Interestingly though, this is done with escape and here with the mouse input, but we never run into this line of code, so we have to look where does this break. Okay, and you just straight up see when we're trying to set the rotation, it's trying to get the offset reference point. And let's see what we are going to do with that. Why do we need that point? Oh, we don't need it. We actually don't need that point. I can just remove that. Now we will get an error here. And now I can just say, okay, we in this case, we just don't need that offset reference point. So I can just delete that line. Okay, so that was just an artifact. Okay. That's an improvement for sure. So let's go and try this out in this mode. It's still working just fine as it should. Let's try it out in this mode, and it's now working fine just as it should. Wonderful. Haven't had such progress in quite a while. We are just go through the code, fix something, and it works. It's quite irritating. I bet we just constructed 5 new edge cases where we can throw an error or something. No. It's just we don't need that offset point. In the original idea, I thought we would need it. But it's absolutely unnecessary because we just do the rotation without considering the offset point. The offset point is being set by the brush if it is there. So I would just have expected that this operance, this point here, the highest offset distant point, yeah, there would be a bug with that, that it, if we would be in a single mode, that it would try to seek for that point at some line of code and then bug out. But it just looks like we never used it and just was in there just like a general copy of the original offset function. And yeah, that's pretty much now fixed. So this is everything now in there that I always imagined would be in there. There's nothing else to add now. And I don't know any fixes yet. Now, I think this foreground object option is kind of bad. I really don't like that option. But we'll spend some time on this later. I just think the execution isn't good yet. Just okay. Let's just go through all these functions. So we have all these time. This is just time map information that we can see here, and that can be annoying, and we can just hide that. And we can show them. So nothing special here. Okay, I wanted to see where these time maps here have their point. There. You can also just say, if I say show only okay, I think this should be renamed show only selected parallax information. So if I then it's going to go through the children, and every child is going to be displayed. And now if I go down here, you see that the information there is gone. So if I go inside of here and say show only these ones, it's going to go through all of these and say, okay, only show these. Now these are all of them. So if I pick one of them, maybe I don't know where position 0 is, unfortunately. Sorry, excuse me. So this is position 1. I don't know. I think position 0 was on top. Oh no, it's over here. So a lot of them are also experimental. So doesn't matter. Let's show all of them. Show time maps. Show all of them. Now we see the original drawings that I did. And I think if I deactivate 17 and 18, it's actually going to be quite nice. Let's delete this. Saw a little bit of lag here. There's still a little bit left. Wonder what these do have as their parent. Oh, they're on the castle time map. Okay, yeah, because I experimented a lot with the castle time map. So let's just delete everything in here. So now we're still not clean. What is this? This looks like artifacts that we don't need anymore. Artifacts just from testing. Yeah, and now we should actually have a normal level when we go through this. Except that I think the density of the background objects is a little bit too high. So where am I? I'm at the end and I can't get anywhere. Yeah, it's just starting over there. And back then, when I was starting with this tool, I was still trying to get into it, and I think the density of the objects is a little bit too high. So let's get the player over here. Player. I kind of wish there was a function to just make sure that the player is always in the Z0 position. Okay, there's a bug here. Look into that. Now everything seems to be normal. This is one of these foreground objects. You see that you can't really see the character behind that. I think it's because the lightning changed. So we still need to fix that. I think what's really cool is that the kind of darkness is really being shown. You really feel like this is playing at night. Yeah, it's a little bit more gritty than it used to be. Yeah. Oh. I'm just wondering if this red lightning was there from the start. So that because of the crystals? I think yes. But with the crystal lightning, you have to be a little bit careful. I think it's kind of cool though, that the crystals can have a lightning. But unfortunately, I can't make that work automatically with the tile map. So, got to be careful about that one. Okay, I'm going to the toilet real quick and be right back. Okay, let's get going. So we have this error. Serialized property has been proposed. Disposed. Disposed. Let's look. Line 347. Oh, it's actually this is a Unity function that looks like a normal function. That's unusual. Normally they really look like yeah. Oh. Did I write this? No. But this really looks very similar to the code that I would write. Which is actually a little bit better, to be honest. But if I would clean up my code, it's what it would look like. Yeah. Really clear code. So. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, looks like I was lucky. Normally that happens, the camera is crashing. Also my microphone is working. Look, let me just check this stream for a second though. Sometimes my microphone is not working after I think my USB hub is resetting. For a second though. Sometimes my microphone. Okay, yeah, just was listening to my own stream because sometimes the microphone is not working as it's supposed to be. So let's go back here. There's one of these three is throwing a null referent exception. Serialized object of serialized property has been disposed. I think that could also only be the camera. Camera? How is it pronounced in English? We really want to find out. I think it's camera, but let's just look at Google Translate.
Camera.
Camera. Yeah, the camera. This is a serialized field though. So okay, M owner has been disposed. That's bad because I have no idea what M owner is actually. And this is used everywhere, so where's the set though? It's not really set anywhere. That's odd. Set owner. Oh, it's here. So this was on game object inspector on this able. This owner property has been disposed. So let's go into the game object brush and look at disable. If we maybe find something on disable here that is going to help us somehow to and now I got lagged. We maybe find something that is going to help us somehow to identify this problem. Unfortunately, there's nothing in there. There's one line of code that has been commented out because we destroyed something that was being searched for afterwards. It's still this owner. I think this is the window though, so it would have to be inside of this function because this class is doing everything when a game object editor grid brush editor base. This is basically the palette window. I'm not 100% sure. Could be both of them, that they destroy something that they are not supposed to destroy. Let's just see. Is there a disable function? There's not a disable function. Let's see what kind of variables this does have. It does have this. Hidden grid editor. So I have to say, no, this just creates a new editor if there's none. It doesn't destroy any editors. We are looking for a null exception. We have to keep that in mind. We are looking for a null exception that have to do something with clipboard. Some inspector, grain palette. What the hell is that even? And there's no description. Paintable grid. Let's see. Maybe this has a description. No, I want to go to the declaration. Unfortunately, this doesn't tell us what it is. What we can see here is that it does have all these methods that we need to use to on the brush to and set then to set game objects inside of the grid or whatever we want to do. These are the pane functions, the functions that we do see in the tile palette over on the top. Okay, it's loading right now. Let's not mess with that. Okay. I just see that speech chat is not initializing. That's bad, because when people greet me now in chat, I will probably not see that and just answer after 10 minutes. And damn, that is annoying. Back to the topic. We'll just try to refresh speech chat now and then. Probably, but probably it's not going to work today. They have some kind of server error. Then we have to go without speech chat. Oh, I will have to find a plugin for OBS. Okay, so enough distraction. So this is okay. I think this is let me see. Cancel. Do we ever use this class? No. But a grid pane palette window uses this class. And I don't even want to know what it is. I just want to see. Oh, this is the editor window. Do we use this class? No. Okay. What does use this class? So I'm just going through things here and try to find how the hell we do use these. How do we have a reference to this class even? And then I'm trying to track it down. Well, there's something with that owner that is being null. Okay. And let's look if where we use this. Nothing. I don't know. Maybe they instantiate themselves somewhere in the Unity functions. Come on, it's lagging again. Okay, camera is still working, though. Yeah, but I think speed chat is down for today. If I look at speed chat, yeah, you look at the response time here, just saying something failed. So what do I do? Oh, now I refreshed and it's working. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Sometimes an error only exists if you show it. No, normally it's vice versa. Normally the bug is gone when you show it, and or does not appear when you want to show it. And that can be an issue with when I was working with my father. It's really an issue if you can't if you say there's an error and you describe it, he's just ignoring you and being an asshole. He wants to see the bug, or else he won't do anything. And you can just describe him things. He just ignores you, and yeah, often it's kind of an issue because then he often misses important information and wastes a lot of time. And it's really stressful with him. Because he's really bad at reading people, or he just lives in his own world and he just doesn't take other people seriously at all. Like, not in a good way. It's just really annoying. Okay. So, how do we maybe reproduce this error that we had there? Oh, I can even rotate on the castle timer. Okay. So I can't have a group mode. That's correct. Can reset the rotation. If I say try to edit the offset, it says that's only available in group mode. And here in group mode. Oh, what's that? Oh, these. I think these objects don't have a offset set up yet. Something's odd about this. Though. I can try to paint, but I don't see anything happening. Okay. It's only happening in group mode. Maybe it's missing some information that we just didn't have back then. We look at this. These are old tile maps. Oh, they don't have the related tile maps information, so yeah, they pretty much won't work with. If this is empty, it will not see what kind of groups are related to that tile map, and that it will just bug out. Okay, and it's actually something that the user also can set up, and if he messes this up, yeah, it's not going to work ever. But that's nothing that we can do something about. We could now go in and just try to get in the elements. Huh? I think it's dumb that we can plug in timers that don't have this time selection info inside. Well, that's really not a big issue. Can just say, hey, we need to give it this information or it won't work. Now we'll have a lot of bugs here. Okay, now this is where we store them up when we create them automatically. And we have to change this. For each timer. Let's first create a list. And then say it's going to be a new list. And then we just add them here. We just first get all the components. We add that. And then we can say like these time of selection infos in there, so they're correctly set up. Okay, we still have to fix a lot of errors here now. Let's go through them from top to bottom. Now we have a lot of errors here. We have to go to the struct first. Okay, there's one issue. And this related tile maps here in the time map selection info reference still has the list as timex selection info. Okay, so that's the first error. And now we can say, hey, for that timex selection, let's call that info. Now, this is not a game object anymore, this is just the component. We don't need to get the component of the component, which is the same. Okay, next one. And this is going to repeat itself now. Yeah. Most of the cases we are just always getting these related time get the component. Actually, this simplifies the code pretty much. Actually, yeah, quite an improvement.
W Undertale music.
Yay! Hello, Gastium. Yeah, I really love the Undertale music. Yeah, nothing else to add. I'm currently working on some, I would not say bug fixes. I still am searching for bugs, but I'm working on simple code improvements. Yeah. Simple code improvements, making the code more readable, and then trying to get my custom tool to work as good as it can. So let's call this actually info, because it's an info component. And then pretty much through this. But I will have to test this if this is going.
To game dev, so I'm seeing what other people are doing.
Well, if you look at my stream, this is really one of the most honest streams, and that also means that is 90% it's just borrowing, coding, and no entertainment at all. So this is what actually is going to be done later in, if you want to become a good dev, this is pretty much what you're going to do. Which has its pros and cons. So just improving the code a lot is something that most people don't want to do really. If you want to become a game dev, pretty much what you want to do is just make a good game or have some idea that you want to make real. And yeah, I also didn't care much about coding. But in the end, this is the tool that you have to learn. And if you really want to make great games, once you become a really good coder, your eyes kind of open in a way that you see possibilities that haven't been there before you knew how to really make good code. Okay, now I've cleaned this up and I'm going to try to test it out. So I'm quite now finished with the code cleanup. And I just want to see if the code is throwing any errors. Now I'm going to initialize new time lapse. I need to create a next parent for that. Let's just create an empty parent. Position 17. And let's see if I can make all my functions work. Except time up group. Oh yeah. Background. I'm just taking the custom values. Later I want these values to be set up in an expector. And now I can pick what kind of brushes I want to have. Let's say I want to paint some kind of environment, like natural environment. So I want to have some brushes, some maybe some short vegetation in there, maybe some trees, maybe a mix of vegetation and rocks, and let's pick that twice, and we will finish up with brown rocks. Brown. Okay, now I only want to work on this one specific tile map, and don't know where has this been set up. It has been set up over here, so I don't want this to be set up over here. Let's set it over to be over here. Shift no. Change reference point. I have to select these. And then I can change the reference point to this position. So this is just the starting position of where I want to draw. I'm not going to use it later anyway. Yeah, so okay, they now use this as their reference point, but unfortunately we don't see that really. I think that they're still over here. So this is just information. This is just information that is being displayed, so it's not important information. But I kind of wish that these would be over here. Now on the other side, I don't ever use this function. Oh, actually they do. Maybe I did the click right or something. Okay. So now if I wanted to only draw on these timers, now I do have all these timers inside of here, and that's annoying. So let's hide, show only this one. Show only selected parallax transform timemap group. But this makes it much easier to work with. I'd say this makes it possible to work with this. Oh, there's one error in the text here. Shown only parallax transform information. Show only selected. This one is kind of irritating. Let's go. Show only parallax. Select that. Let's change that to show only selected. So the description has to fit. But it has to make sense. So, okay. Now let's go and just draw in our stuff. Tuck, 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 tuck. There we go. Now we have drawn in our stuff here. Yeah, that was quite easy. And we're done. It's really too easy. I can also say I just want to paint on one group and rotate it. Okay, now we'll just make some tests. These functions are still working. So you see that the background here is shifting. That's actually correct. The character is standing at this position where the point is. The tilemap is going to look exactly like this. And at this position, the tilemap is going to look exactly like you see there. Like you see it there. What you see is what you get. Okay, now let's maybe stop shifting. Just not try that function out anymore. Let's just see. Okay, I rotate this stuff. Okay, I can rotate it back. I'm just going through random functions and see if they work. Can rotate the whole group. I should still be able to set an offset for the whole group. It's also correct. That's in there. Yeah. Now it doesn't matter if this doesn't make sense. In this case, now I would never draw it in there like this, but the function is there. Yeah. So if somebody says, hey, I have this case where I have an offset and I want to have these a little bit different, you can have this with just a hotkey press. Okay, and then I want to paint on the scene root. Can I rotate there? Yeah, I can still rotate there. Now this is actually drawing on the scene root here. It's a little bit annoying, but well, it is what it is. If somebody wants that, no problem. And also paint on this castle tilemap. It ignores that I try to paint on a group. Okay, and I can pick them. Draw them in here. Can also say pick them with chance. It's a little bit hard to draw like this, but if somebody wants it, okay, can have a pick chance. So if I click, there's a chance that these objects are going to draw in. Yeah. Okay, so let's provide it. Let's delete those. Yeah. I think the delete, is it working on the scene root? No, delete is not working on the scene root. That's unfortunately though. But I can't have this scene root being picked because there's no grid in the scene root. This is why not every function is going to work like this. So let's work on the castle. If I say no draw chance mode, this is going to draw an object into every grid field. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying, to be honest. But I'm just happy that it works. So let's do this again. Let's pick this up. Let's rotate it. It's rotated. I can still draw in. Okay. I can rotate them also by 90 degrees with a button press. Then you see the box is also changing. However, if I rotate like this, the box is not going to change correctly. And let's just ignore that. It's the box is more like the box is just necessary for the delete function anyway. Also, yeah, what's next? It's still no errors thrown. This is good progress. I'm pretty much through. Yeah, I can also do this with the whole group. Now then I really need a low chance. So okay, maybe not that low. So then it would make sense to just draw in a whole group. I also think you would basically want them to be in the default rotation. I can still pick them up and draw with a low chance. But let's delete those. Yay, works perfectly. Really nice. Yeah, anything else that could be bugged? Not really. Oh, the blood will, okay. No. What will not support it? Okay. Yeah. Okay. That would have been too much though. I don't think Bloodful is a good idea to have with these game objects. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Dear God, that they're good that this is just throwing in a warning. I don't think I would ever make Floodfill work with this kind of brush. It's not going to make much sense anyway. If we want to do that, yeah. Then there's one case with the leaf brush where I could actually imagine. Oh, why is this displaying an error? Okay, we have an error. That's good. So we have a 0% pick chance. What's? Oh, the cells field is empty. What? Oh, I clicked the wrong brush. Ah, okay. But what if this cells field is empty? Then there's a couple of errors that I never catched. Cool. Okay, now we can fix that. And I was, yeah, really happy that I didn't find any bug at all. But now it's finally time. So this pick brush cell has been caught even though there is no cell. And this is always going to return a cell. But it only has two usages. Let's find them. And they create preview and set scene cell. And we shouldn't get to set scene cell if we have 0 cell fields. But in the create preview. No, we shouldn't even get to create preview object ever. Set up preview object. Where's the? I think this is from the pick function. Okay, so these create preview object. The preview. So what's going on here? It's trying to create a preview, but since we don't have any objects that can be previewed, it's throwing errors. So if we don't have any cell, we can't draw. Obviously, the user has to fill that list with some kind of object that he wants to draw in. So you have to kind of catch that if you don't have any objects, we don't want to do anything. Go to find the usages of offset point display. Wait a moment. Set up preview object. Sorry. So this has three usages. One is in box fill when we're trying to draw. If we picked anything, then we can actually draw. But if not, how do we do cell count? If the cell to count is null, just return. Yeah, we don't want to do anything here. And then we have 2 times setup preview objects. Change offset. Okay, this is not going to do anything in our case. But here on scene, so let's see, there's some return statements where we can maybe add in our return function. Let's try it here, cell count. If we don't have any cells, just don't display any objects, please. So I'm not sure now if these errors here were thrown before or after we compile. Let's compile again and see if these errors are thrown again. No, they aren't. Okay. So we are now going to try to work with an empty brush. Okay, if I try to draw with it, nothing's going to happen. Oh, I can't even use the pick function, I guess. Or can I? No. Even the picker is not going to work now. Can I delete? Oh, I can still delete. though. But I can't even pick something if I have an empty brush. Yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive. Now with a leaf brush though, I think this is just going to work normally. Okay, so we catch that error. So I can actually remove that one line of code there. I just put in a line of code so it would reload itself. So let's get going. So I said there's something with a leaf brush. I can imagine that somebody does this. And then he says, hey, fill the middle. Yeah, then flood fill is not supported. But you can still do it like this. Yeah. Not really saying, and it's really. Should I maybe support it? I think in most cases it's going to create more bugs than it's going to create features. Flood fill. And maybe there's also a reason that Floodfill was not supported from the start. I think it's an interesting function to write though. Now let's maybe not make the brush more complicated than it is at the moment. Yeah, I just want to use it today. Yeah, let's just be lazy today. Just one day. Let's just use the brush for whatever's sake. I'm a little bit tired of just working on the brush. I really want to use it. Yeah, just want to use it, and when I use it in the real game, I can guarantee that I'm going to find something that I'm unhappy with, and it's going to end up in a coding session anyway. Oh, there's interesting vegetation in the torch area. Okay. How could I still try to bug my own features? Disable random, yeah. Just see if disable random is going to bug anything. No. It's just if I have a really huge box, then there's a lot of game objects being created. I don't say, hey, have a pick chance. But yeah, that's unavoidable. I want to work on the foreground object though. So I have this tree foreground brush. And the problem with these is that I don't like the mask that these use to hide the player behind. Come on, draw something. Yeah, and you can kind of see the mask here. I think they are obsolete. And nowadays I can just use it like this. Come on, draw something. Come on. And maybe I have to increase the chance. Oh, come on. And now you see that the mask here is just way too small in the tree. So the tree has a mask somewhere now. Just have to find out how I did it. Here, this is the sprite mask. But how did I do that? This is a second mask on top of the mask. What does this even do? Oh, it has shader. No, that's not the point. I think one is for the background. So it has a mask, but I don't see where the mask is. The mask is just a round circle, which has kind of a fall off to the sides. And I know I could set the size of that thing somewhere. So this says background. Okay. Where the hell is that mask? I don't get it. So this is the whole tree. I can move the whole tree here. And you can see this where the mask is, kind of, yeah. So this is the tree in front of the character. Oh, I think the mask is on the character. I think the mask is on him. Could that be? There's the mask, and okay, now I get it. And I need to kind of set this to be bigger, because right now it's a little bit too hard to see what's actually happening there. Let's give it a little bit more of size. This size can be 1. I want to see the feet and both arms. Yeah, okay, now I can see that. I still think it's a little bit too strong. It's just this circle. I can make it... I can edit this circle a little bit. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I know I worked a lot on this, but I'm still not happy with this. Let's continue to improve this. I think it's just too dark. It's just too dark. We need to tone this down. So how to tone this down? It's pretty easy. Just delete more in the middle of this. Now here it looks really nice, like you would be able to see a lot in the middle, but let's not get fooled. We don't. How do we delete more in the middle than in the outside? Basically what we want to do is just pick a really big eraser and put it in the middle. So where is the middle? Come on, give me pixels. Also need to set this to English. It's in 750 pixels. Okay, let's. It's still hard to see what I'm going to do. Let's also increase the size of this eraser. Now if I pick this, yeah, this would be the middle. But it's a rough estimate. I don't like this. Also change the strength to 0. And I really hate that it's kind of stronger than I anticipated. Put this to 900, and now I'm this is just a rough estimate of the middle. It's not what it's supposed to be like. Okay, but let's save this up. And say it's going to appear here now. Let's say we want to use this now. Now this is just a little bit less dark. And previously the problem with the mask was just that I had problem seeing the character when I was behind objects. So let's change this prefab. Let's also change this in the prefab. And now hopefully I will be able to see in the game. Oopsie. In the game when a character is behind an object. And this is what this is for. And then with this foreground, background, I think it's just set to 50%. I think it should maybe be 40 or something. So you would really be able to see the character clearly. Let's just leave it like that for now. Just leave it like that for now and test it out in the real game. So let's go to level 1 and just play. And there's an area where I really had this problem where I said, okay, I have problems seeing the characters behind the trees. And I just want to go there and see if I still have this problem. Let's go to level 1. Hope you don't get any errors right at the start. And yeah, just keep going. So you see here that I really did go overboard with the foreground brush. And I'm not sure if I want to just start from the beginning again. Okay. We start and the camera is kind of too slow. What the hell? Yay. I don't think this is a good camera setting. No, I definitely think this is not a good camera setting. Okay, let's see what we did there. I think I did change the camera settings, but what the hell? Yeah, okay, the damping here was not set to the default value. Maybe that was the problem. Yeah, that looks much better. I think it's a little bit too fast when I'm changing the side. It says the serialized object of serialized probably it's being disposed. Okay. Okay. I'm kind of wasting too much time with testing out.
This is the area where a vampire named Maker.
Okay, this is the actual area where I wanted to go to. And you see, behind these trees, it's a little bit hard to see the character. Yeah. It's really, really hard to see the character behind the trees. And that's due to a lot of things. And the mask has to be quite bigger. Also the mask offset. It's kind of weird that it's changing when the character's changing to the side. So let's stop here. Right at this frame, because we can see that we can't see the head. And that's quite good because we want to see the head. So how do we change that? Change the mask. There's the mask. And it doesn't have an offset. It does have an offset, but we don't need to change that. So, oh no, the wire offset doesn't matter. This offset. This makes it so that if we turn, that the mask is going to change the position. We can't have that. So it just has to be big enough. Yeah, just like this. And now you can actually see the character behind this. Okay. Oh, and now I have to reset. Oh dear. I have to do that again, though. And just make this really, really big so that we can actually see the character and apply this to the effect. This is going to be taken into consideration in every level now. Okay, so this was one of the problems that we had. Another problem is that the look ahead factor in the camera was kind of annoying. I think it's a little bit too big. And maybe this speed is too big. Let's just see. I'm not sure what kind of values they are. Okay, this... Now there's still a look ahead factor. The character is more to the left if I moved. So we can look a little bit ahead with this camera setting, but it's a little bit smoother now. It was kind of too aggressive before. Still want to change that speed. Just tune that speed really down. I want to do what this does. Does that even do a thing? Doesn't seem to do anything. I don't know. I think this look ahead factor should be where the mouse is pointing to, not where the character is moving. Yeah. Well, that's not the topic for today, so let's just stop here. Keep the values like they are now, because I think they are better. And at the beginning of the level, we have a dialogue that should set the camera damping to 1.5. Okay, it does, but unfortunately, it's too slow. So let's see where the camera damping is applied. I think let's find the usages of this camera damping. That's just 4 of them. Yes, set camera damping. It's in the update function, okay. It's a little bit weird that this is in the update. It's not an event. I don't like it at all. So this should be in the wake. Should it be in the wake? Yeah. Pretty much should. Let's just see what happens. So the problem now with the camera damping is the camera is pointing to the character directly at the start. Yeah, and it's supposed to fly down very, very slow at the start of the game. So this doesn't do it. Okay. So what's supposed to happen here is, where's the camera? So this is supposed to be the damping that we want to use. But for this for the start of the game, we need the camera to fly down much slower. But unfortunately, after that, we need it to be set to its default value again. And okay, this is something that I will fix now. And after that, I will actually have my breakfast. And actually not just me, my cats too. Because my cats will be fed at 13:30. At 13:30 they are going to be fed. And that means they will also have breakfast soon. Okay, so how do we do this? So this camera to defollow. Why does it wake? Why does it use this damping? It has a private float start damping and this damping here. And this is going to be set at start. See, where is this being used? This is then being used in the update function. That's weird though. So there's multiple things that are a problem here. So if we set the damping to a value right at the start, what we want to do here with a script, this should actually set the start damping then to the value, and we will never return to the value that the camera should have. Okay. So it has two values actually. It's the start damping. So let's simplify this. So let's not set the start damping with this line of code. Let's just set this in the inspector and call it fixed damping. Wait a moment. How does this dialogue set the damping though? Oh, it's I think there's a function set damping. Could that be? Yeah. I don't know. I think the easiest thing here is just to be lazy. And maybe it's also better for the complexity. I just want this start damping to be the actually the normal damping. Hey, come on, I want this. I want to rename this to normal damping. It doesn't do that. Okay, so can I rename? Normal damping and the changeable damping. Damping override. Okay, we can't rename things anymore. Okay. Oh, because there's a pop-up on my other screen. Yeah, that's useful that this pop-up is popping up at the wrong screen. So the normal damping. Let's just not do that. Let's just say this damping override. And this is in game. Normal game damping. Oh, come on, don't put this field always on my first screen. Let's see, this is used 11 times. So we just have to trust that we are using set damping and reset damping correctly. Maybe I want to look at this. So there's this camera damping value. Where is this initialize? And yeah, this is going to change the damping. Then there's units that set the damping. Yeah, but no one sets it to 0. That would have been really old code. So we still work with old code here, but we don't want to create unnecessary bugs because of that. So what do we do now? Is we set this damping override to 0.025. Yeah, and you see it's really fast, so let's double that actually. And then we can also have a higher look ahead factor. We set this value. I'm not really sure what this was supposed to do. So let's reset it to the value that we did fight it in. Yeah, and I think now this is smooth enough. Yeah, it's just that we still have to write a mouse function for that. But let's just apply all these changes now. And then plug in 1.5 here. But we don't apply that to the prefab. See what happens.
Away, evolve, become a great vampire.
Unfortunately, that did not work out. It did not work out. Why though? Let's see what kind of normal game damping was plugged in there. Maybe we set the normal game damping somewhere. We can start moving and let's just see what is in there. No, the values, are they correct? These values are correct, just not resetting itself. Okay. So we need to make sure that the reset function is called in the end. So why is it, the question is why it is not called. So reset them. It's not being called in here. Okay. I think this is being called by the UI manager somewhere. We just have 3 minutes until my cats will. Oh, this is the dialogue manager. Does this reset the damping? Yes, it does. If the damping is the start damping, then reset the damping. What? This is going to. I think there's. Okay, so this used. Okay, I think this was just a bug in the if-else clause that would never reset the damping. I wonder how it worked before though.
Away, evolve, become a great vampire.
And here the damping is back again. Okay, so that fixed that. And I'm pressing a macro key for my chat. Okay, I'm going to have my lunch now. My cats are going to jump up any moment. Let's just watch them. Hey, wake up! Om nom nom. Om nom nom. And just enjoy this. It's going to be in a minute where they stand up. She's going to panic when she hears the auto feeder at 13:30. This is going to be quite an event. Should be at any moment, and then she will just forget everything that is around her and just sprint to the auto feeder to get her food. And then we will have a short break. It's going to be any moment. What is that face? Nine. Wake up. Wake up. It's just... There it is. They hear the click from the auto feeder and they're really triggered on that click. Okay, so I'm going to have my breakfast now and be right back after that. See you after that. After that, we're going to use that brush that I've been talking about and been developing for quite some months now. Okay, see you back then. Hi there. So I got a little problem, and that is I have a cat on my seat. Luna's on my seat right now. She's right there. And now I have to get her down somehow. I cannot just sit down though. But it is what it is. Hey Luna, come here. Ich weine. Hops. Oh. Okay, now she's on my lap. Doesn't want to get down. Well, it is what it is. I can show her. Maybe it's a little bit only down there. Hmm. Oh, come on. Come on. Arme Luna. Sorry. Yep. Well, so far about that one. Both cats don't really like to be on the lap. Both. I think it's because I don't watch TV. Previously, when I was still young and had a cat until I was, I think, 16 or something. No, I think she was there until I was 17 or so. With a cat though, and she really liked to be on the lap all the time, but it just doesn't work well when you're at the PC. So, what do we do? So I've drawn all this stuff, and I don't really want to redraw it. It's a lot of work, but I want to redraw this part here. From this part. Yeah. So the main problem was, this was way too much work. Back then. And I just want to get rid of the kind of the green stuff. No, not the green stuff. This environment here, because I think it's just too much stuff in front of the camera. That is just a problem. So do I really want to redraw everything? Now let's just pick all the parts in the first part here, and we make sure that we reduce the amount of stuff in front of the camera by a ton. Doesn't even seem to be that much. It's just that's weird though. Let's just pick every second asset here and delete it. So that's the first part where we say, okay, I just think there's too much stuff in front of the cam. and get all of these things down a little bit. Because I really have the feeling like we're fighting here and it's hard to see what's actually happening. And there's so much stuff going on. I want to grab that vegetation. Yeah, there it is. Just reducing the amount of stuff in front of the cam. I don't think it's worth the effort to redraw all of that. I think that would be over the top. I just want the user to have a good experience. Just make sure though, where's that point? Let's stick this to the cam and see how is it going to look. Yeah, I think that's all right. Yeah, now the amount of stuff that is being shifted here looks much better. And let's just go through here. See how the environment is shifting. Okay, I think at this position here, with this vegetation, which is in the way of the actual enemy. Okay, it's gone. Here at that point also, this is in the way. It's not bad that there's stuff in front of the cam, but it's just too much stuff, and I feel we can optimize this a little bit. Unfortunately, I think it's really cool to have stuff in front of the camera just as an effect. But in the end, it's I think in the end, function beats functionality beats cinematics. Yeah, so this is why I have to go through here and see, is that too much? Yeah, I don't want to have too much stuff going on in front of the cam. But it's just useful that I now have the tools for this. Okay, but I think here, at this point, it's a little bit obvious that the background is too bright. The background is too bright. So let's set this color to 200. Then to 175. Just change those things up so that the enemies who have the full situation in front of the stuff are easier to identify. Yeah, and I think that just helped a little bit. Unfortunately though, I will have to do this again and again. Yeah, because now you see the next time up, it doesn't have that color change. Oh, what is this? This is inside of the cave. This is why the background there is different. And this is what I actually wanted to change. Well, I still have to do some work. And you know what? I can just go through with this. There's a whole lot of positions though. Can I change multiple? I don't think so. Don't think I can change multiple times at once. Let's just try see what happens. So it only changed the first one, I think. Actually, I don't see that it changed anything at all. That just happened. So I will have to go through here, do this, and I really have to pick the wheel timer. I can't just select the parent. Now I will have to go through here with this and just decrement the color value by 25 each time. That's a little bit of a hassle though. So 150. But I don't know, it might be even faster to just redraw them. This is kind of a missing function to just set the whole group up with new values. So they are now a little bit darker in the background. You don't really see it when zooming in like this. You go over here. Can guess that it has been changed. I compare this area to this area. Yeah, you can kind of see. Okay, these are a little bit darker than the actual enemies with the full situation. Just adds a little bit up. So we just try to improve the visibility, but we don't have a full art team that can just say, hey, we plug in everything into Photoshop again and set new values for the saturation. That's just out of our scope. It's out of our scope. We have to work with this. And you can already see on this stone there, the color change actually really helps a lot to identify the actual environment. And the game is supposed to be 200 to be in the dark anyway. So it plays at night, so it's not that unusual that things in the background are really dark. And if they're really dark, you kind of don't realize them that strong. Now he's way easier to identify as an enemy here, over here as in the game, as before. And that's just this change that I wanted to make sure that everything is quite nice and readable. At this position. Okay, these are some stones. We don't care for them. And we go for the next position. And fortunately, we do have this color picking option. Or else it would be quite annoying to change every single object. Now on the flip side, it would be quite nice if we could just set this up and then say, hey, we set the group settings to a new setting. I think this is something that is kind of missing. Could try to implement something for that later, because yeah, working on this here, it's not useful time. It's something that could be quite useful, and it's not hard to do. We all have the function. We have all the functions for this. We just have to rewrite them. So maybe we should write that down. Yeah, let's write that down actually. Let's write that down. I tend to forget stuff like this, so let's go into the documentation. And I think there's a to-do list. Let's put this into the sub-step to-do list. Add delete paint. Yeah. Paint after pick. Group paint shifting. Clean up player scripts. Oh, okay, that is going to be the next thing. We don't first level assets again. No, won't do that. Let's also put these after we draw in the assets. And let's put them in, and then create function to edit group values, e.g. color, size. Oh, come on. Function to edit groups. Okay, so let's save that up. Now we have it in there. So it didn't take much time when using the tool that I say, hey, okay, it's great, but it could be better. Yeah, that didn't take much time, to be honest. But hey, it is what it is. We still have a lot of work in front of us, and yeah, let's not slack. Yeah. Okay, now we go into this area, and again, I think it's hard to see the actual enemies. I think the contrast between the enemy and the environment is just not big enough. So what do? I just changed the color settings so that they are easier to recognize. Now, unfortunately, we can't just change the situation on the fly. It would be really, really nice, but it's out of scope because that would really require us to kind of hack into the system and change how the color values are being displayed or something. I don't even know. How do you change the saturation? How is color being... What is color? Maybe it's... This is red because there's more red in here. So if you would have more saturation, the distance from the highest to lowest value in the RGB is going to be bigger, and with less saturation it's going to be smaller. Oh, okay, I guess that's how it works. Like, this is a lot of saturation, it's going to be very red now, and with less and less saturation it's going more into the gray area till it's like here, and then you kind of can say there's difference between the difference between those three values is going to be the saturation. Okay, now we can see and then we discovered that trick that we can actually use the dynamic reference point. I see. So let's go through here. I think then we get back to this area, and then we said, okay, we need to make everything darker, and did not go back and change the values there. Okay, now all we have to do is go back to the starting point, and now I have to see, I go through here. Let's just edit everything that is in the way. We don't have to overdo it though. Okay, so need to make sure that there's no stone sticking out of there. Like here. I kind of get what I was trying to do there, but it just doesn't work. Unfortunately. Well, then really make sure that there's no area where anything in front of the character, like here. You're supposed to always see the edge of the time map, with only very few exceptions. Like here. That's not okay. Also like this. This should not be in front of the camera. This yeah, it's just not easy to see your environment correctly. There's too much stuff in front of the camera. Now I can make some exceptions, for example for this thing here. It's okay, but having something blocking important information is just unacceptable. Okay. Oh, also in the sub-step to-do list, look ahead for mouse. Look ahead for mouse. This is something. Right now we're looking to the side where the character is going to, but if you're using the mouse, the look ahead should point to the mouse pointer so that you can look into the environment with your mouse. Okay. So I'm through this level now, but I want to go through the starting area again. Just back then we didn't have this tool that would allow us to just go through the whole area and just like here, go through the whole area and detect any points where there's environment in front of the cam. Oh, just like here, this is a little bit too close for comfort. So like here, this is too close. Never hide anything that is from the time map. And if so, be very, very careful with that. And now with the tools that are there, it's actually quite nice that we can check the wheel camera position really easy. Like here. This shouldn't be. This is really not good. And this happened because we still had to estimate a lot how this is going to look. Also, you see this here in the background. It's kind of cool, but in the game you don't notice it. It's very, very, very unfortunate. But you know what? Why though? I think they all have this same amount of gray. What's the starting gray? 64. Let's just go down 15 each time. 64. 49. Nine, 34. And the last one going to be 19. Maybe now it's going to be more visible. Not really. I thought that this would maybe help this effect. Like, this is supposed to be a hole, but yeah, you can't really see anything. Okay, and this rock is in the way. This is in the way. Get out of here. Get out of my sight. Good. I think this rock should be down here. Yeah, I was really a little bit more careful in this part. I think it's because this is still in the tutorial, this is why I wanted to be extra careful. Oh, what was that? Okay. What? Damn, that is annoying. I can't get closer. I wonder why I can't get closer though. The Z position of these things seems to be alright. Oh, this does have a Z position that is not 0. Looks like that wasn't it. So some of these time maps just have Z position for some reason, which is not correct. Actually, it's very bad. Because now we can't see them. Have to look at the dynamic reference point though. No, that has a Z position of 0, so that's not it. This time it's just did reset their Z position. Oof, there's a lot of rocks in here. So which position is this? It's one of these. It's number 7 and number 8, I guess. No, it's not number 8, number 9. It's also number 9. Yeah. There's something odd about them. Yeah, this last Q and point references, this has to be said as well. That's... I don't know how that happened. Whoops. Okay. I've got an idea. Just pick all of those. And say, okay, Z0. And then just forget about it. And now their positions have been set to 0. Okay, that fixed it. And then I think we are too close to the time up here, in this case. Yeah, then let's go on. Yeah, over here I was more careful. Yeah, that's because this is still in the tutorial. First tutorial zone. This is where you usually don't mess up. Okay, that's it. So let's just hit play and see what happens. Let's go for the level.
Become a great vampire. You are now dead.
So far it's alright. I think the bats are really dark in this cave though. So I really have problems to see the bats. I kind of have to give them some kind of particle effect so I can see them. Or maybe not.
You're mine now, vampire. I will get rich with the bounty on your head.
If you want to survive, you need the artifact. Use your mind on the bandit to get through.
This is where we make our first choice. The video is still missing.
This is the area where a vampire named Lane showed up. Find this monster and kill it. The Count has also placed a good bounty on its head. Let the hunt begin!
Okay, now let's see if this area is better. Now I can see the peasant quite okay. Yeah. It's not a joy to fight in this area, but it's possible. There's an error. Oh. The sound manager? Okay, let's just ignore that. It's not our sound manager. Oh no, I'm dying. I think these bats need something as a particle effect around them so you can kind of see them. Because right now they're kind of invisible in the darkness. Ouch. Okay, now I don't have any problems with the combat anymore. I still think that the bias attack is kind of dumb. That I think the bite attack has to be kind of changed. I don't know. Maybe it's really just put in some kind of I don't know, something else, something that's more useful. Like it's okay, but I feel like in combat it just doesn't hit that hard. Just yeah, you finish people off with this. Yeah, but it doesn't feel right. There's something wrong off with the feeling. Yeah, you kind of don't have a range indicator on the bite. It's melee, but when you're in melee, it's just some kind of continuous damage check that can deal up to, I think, maybe 20 damage or so. So not a lot. It's not supposed to do a lot of damage, but it's just, oops, it just doesn't. It's not fun to ride, yeah. Kind of like the strategic part of it, but I don't like the part where it's not fun. So I can stand in the middle of nowhere here. Okay. Yeah, maybe the check here is a little bit tolerant. I think it's not bad though. My day is not ruined. I don't know, I hate the bite and I like it. I like the strategic part, but I think that did heal me twice. Okay. It displays 30 and 10, the number. Okay, that's... How many people are still in here? So there's 4 more people. Okay, let's kill everybody. 1, 2, 3. And there's number 4. Kill everybody. Now we should have killed everybody, okay. Yep. Okay. So now there should be no one here. Okay, that's alright. Yeah, the game is really dark. See that? Okay, but I didn't have any problems with the environment anymore. That was my core issue when I was playing before, that I kind of had the feeling like the environment got in the way. Let's see what kind of things we still have. Parameter death trigger does not exist. Okay, so the bandit has an animator, and this has no death trigger. Let's just give him one, even though he doesn't use it. Death trigger. How's the death triggered then? Just by the spool. Okay. Can also give this the death trigger. And just hope that it's set by the script. I think this is done by the human. Oh, it's actually bandit control dev. Okay. Okay, interesting. I thought it was by the human dev sequence that would throw this. Windows video media error unhandled color. Okay. Null reference exception. Object reference set to an instead of an object. Okay, that's animation state. I think that's that just showed up. Okay. It's a Unity bug. Let's just ignore that. So these also this.
Illuminati.
Hello Dino, what's up? I'm just going over bugs and looking if I should ignore them or not. Like this audio error has something to do with the Unity Sound Manager, which I did not write, and I don't have a good trace. Oh, update 232 in the dialog box. Dialog box 232. Clip loudness. An invalid parameter was passed to this function. Weird. So what was I even trying to do? Well, now I changed the lines, but it said this line is throwing an error result. This is weird. I think actually this line of code is what is throwing the error, because the clip loudness is just a float that is set to 0f, and I'm pretty sure that this has been set up already. Clip loudness. It's just a private float. And this is not going to throw an error. I think this line of code, current plate sound clip, is going to throw an error. Why? Instance sound log. An invalid parameter was passed to the function. To be honest, that's a Unity bug. If Unity is passing wrong parameters to its own functions, I can only kind of see what do I have. Time samples. That's from the class audio source. I just have to assume that this is working. I will not fix bugs with this. And clip sample data. That could that be null? Yeah, I don't see where this is set up. Actually, yes. Where is this set up? Let's find its usages. Okay, where is it set up? I don't find a set function here. It's Okay, it's set up in awake. But only if it's not voiced. No, only if it's voiced, so... And this is just a float. I think we can just put this out of the if-else clause. Let's do this in both cases. So... maybe this cannot be 0. But I'm not sure. The stack trace is a little bit confusing. Let's just hope that this bug doesn't pop up anymore. Can we do that? Okay, and the argument out of range exception. Okay, what's that? Okay, it has some weird problem with the animator. This is also a Unity bug. I just put in a trigger inside of here, and there's no way that this is the problem. On my side, because I don't do anything with the animator. Okay, if the animator has problems, yeah. Let's just do a Unity update soon and hope that the bugs are fixed or something. For now, if it's going to pop on up again and again, I will fix it nonetheless. But for now, it's not an issue. It looks like something that is going to be patched soon. So right now, I'm just going through here and trying to find if there's anything wrong with the background here. Just looking if the background is in the way. No, not really. So this level is fine. Let's just go in and play it though. Oh, there was one small error that I saw. No, that was not an error. Here in this level, the camera, there are some things inside of these not set up. The camera damping here was a little bit weird. So what the problem here is, I got through the new camera target, but then the camera does not stop exactly on that guy, on the next target. Let me show you real quick. Also, I need to set up the scene so I can test it. Maybe I should not just hit play. So this error is popping up way too much. This is kind of annoying. And this is definitely because of my framework. Now it's popping up every time. Ugh. Yikes. So in this area over here, when you jump down with the player, you get to your first real scene. But that's a problem with the camera in that dialogue. And the camera is supposed to point to the guy who's talking. But you can see it's kind of too far to the right. And then goes back slowly to the target. Again, it goes to the right. And then comes back to the target way too slow. Let's look at the camera setting. This is damping override of 0.2. So this changed the camera damping to 0.2. And this sets a new target. But then the camera damping stays at 0.2. Let's change that up. Let's see. What if we plug in 0? I think then it's going to go immediately on the next guy. I think that this is going to be unpleasant. Oh. Okay, interesting. The camera then... It has a damping override of 0. What? Oh, and then I think the look ahead factor just messes it up. Yeah. So we have this look ahead function that is going to look into the direction where the character is going, and this is very useful if we just want to see what's ahead of us. Yeah. So no matter which side I turn to, I turn to, you can see that the camera is going to shift a little bit to the left or right. It's fairly visible if I switch the side. And for some reason the bat could detect me. Okay. But you see that it goes to the left and comes back to the character slowly. Goes to the right and comes back to the camera slowly. So first thing that I can change is this normal game damping. I think it's a little bit too slow. It still takes forever to come back. Oh, I think the lower it is, the faster it will come back. Let's try again. Now it has a higher value. Yeah, it takes forever until it comes back to the root of the character. So this is really low. Then it should be fine. Nope, it still comes back very, very slow. So maybe this return speed, maybe this is it. Let's put this to a high value. Oh yeah. Actually, that's quite nice. Okay. So put this back to normal, revert. And I think that was a little bit snappy, but let's put this to 4. So I think these are good values to work with. And then we could still improve it inside of the dialogues scenes, but it's okay right now. I don't think it's that bad. Okay, what was that? Ah, that was it snapped because now the set this damping has been set to 0 here. Okay. So if the damping is at 0, it will immediately be on the character. And there will be no damping. It will be immediately on the character. Still not that happy. But the camera is kind of going back to the character, overshoots, and then comes back, and I think it's kind of annoying. It's also unnecessary. Let's just look if we can kind of catch this, and just say don't look ahead if we are in a dialogue scene. I just want to have this look ahead in the normal game. So let's see where this is used. This must be somewhere in the update function. Yeah, update look ahead. And I just want to have a boolean that I can set to false if this is true, and if this is set, then just don't use this function. So yeah, so let's just say with this boolean look ahead. Yeah, and this is going to be just a public boolean, and we could define getter and setters, but I'm working load, so I don't need that. I don't need to serialize this field though. And then it says rename it. We can make it read only, but no, we don't. We want to set this with the dialogue control somehow. So what is this? Next box, okay. So we have a lot of if else. Meh. It's an old script. let's say it like that. I have no idea what this else is. It's just a big else. So let's just go through. So first it has an else, if else for just setting the end of motion. It's not ending the whole dialogue though. So there's this wait after dialogue, which is going to call next box after waiting. Yeah, and then it's going through here again. And I think it just did set this wait after dialogue to zero. Did it? Yeah, it did set this to 0, so it won't go through there 2 times. So then it's if next dialogue is not null. Okay, that doesn't matter for us. If it is null, then we are going to stop. Yeah, and then there's this no cam reset. I don't know. Let's just say camera reference here in the end. Block look ahead is false after that. And now we have to put it to true once we start the first box. And it's still in German. Also, these two here, they have the same code. No, they don't. And it's a kind of scary. It checks if the target is alive, but if the target is not alive, it will still show the dialogue box. Ugh. That's weird. So let's just rewrite this. Let's say this function here should just call this function and take this dbox and then this is finished. And if the emotion target is not alive, and we either show the box or we don't, but we can't just make this check and then just force the dialogue. And this is going to cause some kind of error, but I don't know which one it is going to be. Okay, now let's see if the this has to be set to true. Now let's see if the camera is going to behave is going to be better. Yeah, let's just see if it's going to be better. Now the look ahead should be blocked, and that should be quite better for the cutscene. Yeah, it's much better.
You're mine now, vampire. I will get.
And there the look ahead is back. Oh, I can't buy it. I can't buy it because I skipped that part in the tutorial. So I would have to go around here. But yeah, that's another story, and then I would have to play just normally. He's going to try to block me, no matter which side I'm coming from. Can I go back to the other side? I don't think so. Oh, I can bug back. And now I can pick up the artifact and not kill him. So, yeah, I still have to work on that ground detection. I changed it when I was working with the ramps. And I think that's because that's why it's kind of buggy right now.
This is the area where a vampire named Lane showed up. Find this monster and kill it. The Countess also placed a good bounty on its head. Let the hunt begin.
No, I can't shoot him, but I can't bite him. Okay, interesting. Okay, but normally that would never happen because you can't skip the first part. Except maybe you could go over this top area if the ground detection remains as it is right now. But we better don't make that happen. So where's the player? Give me the player. It's not so funny how the player is just sensors if you don't disable gizmos. It's really hard to see where you put the player once you put this on, and it's just sensors spawn points. Yeah, I think it's just because I use an unusual size for the points. Okay. So lots of smaller changes. It's going to be that way quite some time. A lot of small changes, small bug fixes. I don't know what kind of warning this is again. Just some unhandled color standard. Can I get it trace? Not really. No, that the trace is not helpful at all. Two warnings that I have no clue where they are coming from. It's a little bit unfortunate though, because I really like to have a clear console every time. We'll keep looking at this and wonder every time. And this is how I waste my time. Just looking at the same error again and again. Okay, now let's go for the next level. This is the cave level. Well, this has also been set up. And in this level I was quite advanced with the with my own time-up system. So hopefully I will be a little bit faster. Yeah, I think I was checking this already like this. Yeah. And this is why I got the idea, okay, this is cool. Cool story, bro, but this can be faster. This can be better. What's the hell with this crystal? It's in the air. Just like this one. Yeah, and I just want to double check this level one more time to see if it's okay. I think this crystal here, it's really cool that it's in the way, but I think the position could be different. Could be like here. Now it's also in the way when you go down here, but it doesn't hide that much information that could be important. Yeah, going through all of this. I'm still trying to, I'm trying to focus on just the landscape for now. Now I know there's still a lot of other things that I think are not okay, but one thing at a time, one thing at a time. I really like how close these crystals come when you are over here. A little bit too close for comfort. And this wet one is okay. I'm fine with exceptions to the rules. But well, exception not it should really be the exception then, not the norm. Yep. Okay. It's quite cool here. In this case here, I think it's not good that this is sticking out. Because then you have two crystals inside of each other, and that's kind of bad. Meh. That's kind of meh. Yeah, this one is also annoying. A bit right there. Yeah, also at this point, this is kind of obnoxious. put you over here, mister. A little bit too close for comfort. Oopsie. Want the whole crystal. Oh, come on, give me the crystal. Here you go. And here's really nearly next to impossible for them to be in the way. We go through this area. Oh, is there stuff missing? Oh yes, there's stuff missing here. I stopped here because I was like, hey, you know, if I now had this brush that would automatically draw in all these assets, yeah. And then I said, hey, fuck this, I'm going to stop here. Cool, now I can finally see the Parallax Game Object Brush in action. Yay! Oh, it's time, it's time. It's about time. It feels like I should kind of just say, no, I have to fix another error or something. We're never going to use that brush, no! No, it's time. It's really about time that I use that brush in the real game and stop messing around. Object time, foreground, background. And I just used to draw on 5 maps here. So yeah, I was really getting better. So let's call this the cave part. Cave area, okay, cave area, and create a new object, hill area, because now we're going to get into this hilly zone. And let's put the current reference point over here. Yeah. So then we go into this hill area and say, set up a new timer group, background, amount of layer 6, and sometimes it just says no. It just says no. You can But why though? Why? And now if I press enter, it's okay. Let's cancel this and do this with the mouse again. It's just when I do this with the mouse. When I press enter, it's okay. Amount of layers. Okay, let's get this motherfucker. Well, this is a weird bug, but we are going to get his ass. So, amount of layers. So this is how we do this. This is where we are asked how many layers do we want. And let's see if we cancel. debug.log cancel. Let's see. I want to see if we cancel this function by clicking. It's kind of obvious that there's some kind of bug. So yeah, we canceled this. Yeah, definitely. So let's see where this thing is set. Maybe we should look into the correspondent class. And if it's straight up, if press cancel, cancel is true. Yeah, that makes sense. Just have to what this big letters. It's a method. Kind of still have that Java habit of writing functions small. Okay, also all these values here, they follow an old code. Unpublic variables written small. Oh, it's static. Okay, it's static. Yeah. If it's static, it's written big. This, I think the naming convention in C# is not really making it much better, though. I think for variable they can be in uppercase, like a function. And how do you differentiate them there and then? It's a little weird, I think. Okay, we have these values here. We set, when do we have press cancel? Only if we press cancel. Okay. And it's internal. So it's not really a way to mess this up. Okay. So how could it be that we have written cancel has been set to true? If this is the only line of code that is setting cancel to true. Is it though? Is it though? There's a lot of lines of code that do the same stuff here. And I once said, hey, that could be done in one function. So we no idea. Oh, there is another line of code that sets this to... Oh, this is done. Oh, never mind. And there's just one line of code that is setting this to true. On press cancel. So maybe the OK button is the cancel button. Is it? No? So this is show. Going to give it these 3 values, and then these 2 will be default. 1, 2, 3 values, and the next 2 will be default, OK, and cancel. Yeah, it's also not that. And then it will say, hey, I'm done, cancel. Because for some reason, and this is extra weird. This is extra weird. This OK is OK. This OK is a cancel. This is how I actually wanted to do this, I think. No, this is just a leftover from when I still was figuring out how to use the editor window. It's really weird. They use the same code, but works the first time, but not the second. Let's go again. Try to see if we can find anything that is totally different. Why does it point to the project settings if I... go into this. A little bit weird. I don't see any difference here. I mean, I clicked. I press enter. What? Sometimes the OK button is not working. When I press enter, it's okay. So what does it do when I press enter? Okay, it catches events, and if it says okay, there is another way to trigger on cancel. That seems to be inconsistent because it's on destroy. And sometimes on destroy it's triggering on cancel. Okay. So maybe first I should just look at how can we trigger on cancel. Can we trigger it on destroy? It can be triggered with the cancel button. And on escape. And I think the problem is on destroy because it's let's just say it's very easy to imagine that on destroy was called on these windows and then it said okay, cancel. Oh, okay. Let's do that again. So I press enter, nothing's happening. I can go through here. I press OK 2 times. Ah, okay. This is really tricky. So on destroy, what's happening is it says the string window return value done is not true. And it's going to invoke the cancel button for the next one. Okay, so this is why it's so inconsistent. Okay, we got this. We got it. We got it. So now we know exactly what is happening, and now that means that we still don't have a clue how to fix it. So We know this was triggered on destroy, and the return value done was not triggered. And that's weird. Let's see, should close is going to trigger close. Where is close? Where is the close function? Close, 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 close. Maybe I should just right click the close function and find it. That would be intelligent. Oh, that is a function of the editor window. It is going to call destroy immediate. And maybe we should just say, hey, then I think it's going to yeah, what do we do want what do we want to do? Let's just first debug that log close function. Is this being called, and this is going to call destroy immediate before the value has been set? Yeah. So the first time it actually said... So this is interesting though, because the second time it did not even trigger the cancel function, it just destroyed itself. Okay. Okay. So we maybe want to just see what can trigger is it should close. And this is something that I did not write. This is something that I copied from someone, just from the internet. And let's see. There's these two cases where we could trigger should close. And in both in all cases, the functions to close, the functions for the buttons should have been invoked. Just make sure it doesn't go inside of here. That would be horrible. Then it would kind of find the wrong button. I don't want that. So it is not triggering this. So where does it put should close? Where does the trigger should close? Where's should close put to true? We have 4 different instances where it should go inside. Okay, and then triggers on OK. Whatever is listening on OK is going to be invoked. And invoke is going to be called slower than should close. We're just going to even skip a frame, I think. Yeah. It goes through here and then just doesn't do anything. And in the next frame it goes inside of here and checks, hey, should close, and triggers the close function. What? I want to see the return value. Just want to see what is going to be saved up there. Nothing. So the return value is nothing. I want to know the return value that is really put inside. Just to be sure, because this needs to be fixed. Yeah, let's try that again. Okay, so this does not need to be fixed. Because the return value is set, this is why we know that these functions have been called. So how do we make sure that we only have trigger close after they have been set to true? They have been executed. And I have an idea. If we maybe say window should close to true. If we do this after we trigger these functions, we should be relatively safe. Because here this is done with the... Oh, Luna, come here. Oh, my cat is confused. Now this should be pretty safe actually. Did it save this? It didn't compile anything. I think it didn't work. Let's just put in just something. I'm irritating because this did not reload the scripts. No. Okay. So even with this change here. What? Okay, let's see what's happening. So first it says cancel button. It says okay. I click the OK button. Then return value. Then it goes into here. this line of code says the return value has been set, and then it says the close function has been called. And then the cancel function has been called, all in the same frame. Wait, let's go through this again. Let's clear this. It's a little bit irritating. Okay. Okay. So, okay, this has been triggered 2 times. This is why the timing is pointing to 3 seconds. And the close function also has been called 2 times. This cancel has been called on destroy and invoked the cancel button the first time this was okay, the first time this was used. It's that this value has not been set to done, but we know for sure that this should have been set to true. So can this value ever be set to false? Not really. Look, let's just look if we maybe overlooked that this value might be reset. Yeah, that's it. That's the problem. Yeah, I think what's happening here is following. This is a static class that we call. We press OK. It's going through this code and says, hey, yeah, we pressed OK, we're done. And then this goes through this code here, displays return value, and then opens a new window. In the next frame, this goes through here. It says, okay, there has been should close has been triggered. And this should call the close function. Doesn't make quite sense. It doesn't make sense. Because either it's either this. Either should close would have been reset, or this. We set both of these values to true, and either this or this should be false. Except this is just for the window, and this is static. Yeah, we have to make sure this is from the window. The window needs to have this value, not the Static class, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's quite stupid. That's really quite stupid. So, how do we do that? So, first of all, this can not be static anymore. This is just normal function now. And it's going to be a property of the window. Okay, this doesn't have a reference to the window. Well, we can do it like this. Now this is a property of that, only that window, and not of that class anymore. And that way we can make sure that if we open a new window, that we don't reset this value with that. Okay. Why does it say this has to be uppercase? I don't really get that. Let me just try something out. Public string text. That's okay. But then that has to be uppercase. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I don't really understand the naming conventions anymore. So now we can't get this value though. So how do we get the window? Oh no. How do we get the window? Let's do this return anything? No. Can you just return the window and then we grab it? It's going to be 100 rewrites, but I just want to have that window. Can we return that? That would be nice. Okay. So now we have this input window and should be able to get the value. The only problem is that because we didn't use the same function over and over again, we now have 53 errors. Oh. And I was like, hey, let's just do that later. Yeah, that's what you get for that. That would be the best. That would be the best. That would be the best, yeah? You know what? Oh, come on. Brain, give me power. That would be the best incident to implement this function. To have a generic function that is going to execute These 4 lines. Because these 4 lines are pretty much always the same. And with pretty much, I mean really, they are always the same. So I want to have an enumerator. I can't see right now, that is. That is going to return that return value. But how do we return that? Ah, I see. Kukuro PL. Thank you for following. So I'm just cleaning up code right now. Trying to improve some functions. And yeah, there was actually this function where I did write to do implement this instead of doing the same thing over and over again, and now it's time to really implement something. And the problem here, enumerator, yeah, I remember now, enumerator is kind of annoying if you want to return anything. Yeah, So I think this has not been implemented yet. Unity enumerator with return value. And I once programmed it by myself. How do I return a value from a coroutine? And the answer is you just copy and paste some code out of these forums and be done with it. But it wasn't a nice solution, to be honest. No, that's actually pretty simple here. So they do it with an action. Okay. No T required. And then it's like this, action some text. Okay, and we still need the title, description, and input text. And that's going to be inside. String title, description, input text. This is something that It's of course all three are strings, and can then just plug this in here. So we want this to be the generic function that we use every time that we just open a window, and then we just basically do the same lines of code all the time. This is why we have I think this one I think that we found another solution for that to do. Sorry, but actually we wanted to go over this here, and then say we want to yield return. And then we take this part of the code here. Oh, come on. Coroutine. How did we name this function? Something string something. Wait for input window return string. That's an easy name. How could I forget that? And then we need to give this title and this stuff. Cool. And we can't start coroutines here. Is that correct? No, we can. It's just to use this function that can start coroutines even in the editor. I know it's a little bit weird. And can we just define it out for a coroutine? That would be too cool, I think. No, I think we can't. Oh, it's an action. I don't think we can define it out for a coroutine, because that would require it to give back something immediately. Oh, come on, how is the goddamn syntax? Is it like this? And okay, make this static or something. And then it says I don't need to define it here. Okay. So maybe this works. Oh dear. Maybe it doesn't. So it's time to get at this. Make a safety copy just in case I changed all this stuff up and it doesn't work. In that case, I just want to have a safety copy. To copy before editor window coroutine. And then we push it. Come on, we didn't do that much. Just one PNG. Can't take that long. Okay, so now it's time to try this out, but how do I do this? Let's just make a test here and just say, let's just go to the end of this function and say, let's just stop everything here. And for this function here, for every function that is throwing an error, let's just straight up ignore that and comment them out. I think this saves us some time to just get this starting point. Oh, come on. Oh really? No, and that's annoying. Come on, that's annoying. Let's just comment out everything. Fuck this. It also doesn't work because then it's missing some functions. Oh, come on, I just... Okay, I got it. I can't just... I got it. I can't just... I can't just comment out everything. I got it. I got it. Now we can just try to test this. So the idea behind this is to just be able to test this quickly. Let's just see if this action, how it is described, does even work. I'm a little bit skeptical. It says test. Okay. So no arrow thrown. So far, so good. Let's go further ahead and say debug dot log value plus the value. Okay, now we can't get the value outside of the action. Can we define that value beforehand? We can't. We do it like this. Yes, we can. So let's go. Let's see what we get. Will we get anything or will we not get anything? It's the question. Okay, we got that value, but that value got returned way too fast. But I think we never set this action. Could that be? I think we didn't use the action. Use the action. Actually use the action, but that value was in here before we could do anything. It's bad. So this doesn't yield return. And then so this doesn't wait, it just immediately logs the value. Then inside of this coroutine it waits for the real value, but it won't wait for that. Oh, come on. Why? Let's see what happens if we just immediately set the value, but and then that won't change anything for us. So let's for now let's do this. We comment this out. Put this in here. And this will make it a little bit faster to edit. All we need is a return value from this. And the problem is this doesn't yield return while this value is not done. Or it either will go through here. Immediately, let's just debug log. Once it's finished, let's debug log this return value once it's finished. It could also be that that there's still an error inside of this inside of this window, and it puts this done immediately to true for some reason, and we have to rule that out before we try something else. Come on, reload the scripts. And didn't reload the scripts. Okay, select something here, doesn't matter. So, the news is this did actually return the correct value. So this just doesn't wait for the coroutine. This build return just doesn't do anything for some reason. Why? I don't know. I could also do it like this. And hey, I got an idea. Let's just put the value inside of here and say, hey, just set the value. Oh, I think it's still not going to wait for it. Let's create this method one more time, just without action. Just call it 2. It's just a test. So we don't have an action. We don't have a cancel function. we can't cancel. Okay, that's a huge issue. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So this time we do this without an action. And the value, we just set it inside of here. We just brute force. We just brute force the value inside. That would be so nice if outs could have if iterators could have an out parameter. That would just fix our issue. So how do we do that then? Can we just say void? No? Why? And we can do it like this, just say it's an enumerator. Maybe then it is going to wait? No, it didn't wait for the... It just immediately did go through this line of code, but oh, I didn't say yield return. So you're supposed to to just wait, yield return this coroutine until it is going to set up the window or something. We just want this to be a function. Nope. It just doesn't wait. It just doesn't want to wait. So it just this yield return just ignores that it should wait. This is an enumerator. Maybe let me think. I think this should be able to yield return because it's an enumerator. Now I know why I didn't write this as a generic function. Yeah, this is what I was messing with. So what now? So we know the following thing. This yield return actually works. If we just would say debug block, wait for me. This wait for me will be displaced last. Yeah. Yeah. This is where wait for me was displayed. So, how do I make this wait for me? How do I make this wait? Let's see, is there maybe, because this is an editor coroutine, yield return. Can we maybe not yield return it? There's nothing about that. Oh, I think because if you look at this declaration, okay, it's going to return a TMP editor coroutine. So I don't know if you can just normally wait for this. Wait for this. So what's the newest version? 4.0. They didn't change anything. Let's just make sure that we have the newest version. We probably don't. We probably have a very old version. We do have the tanks tutorial. Why do I have the tanks tutorial? Oh, it's just my assets. It's not in project. Oh, there's food. There goes the food. X-Match Pro. And it has been updated April 22. And this is version 4. I want version 4. Oh, it's 2022 1 plus. Hey, we are 1 plus. But I guess it's just a preview. But whatever, we're on 3.6. Last in here is 3.2 preview. Yep, so we are pretty much on the last one. On the newest TextMatch Pro Unity editor utilities, so that doesn't help us either. And since nobody is using editor coroutines, nobody is going to help us. Is there another way? Maybe. And there's the guy who wants his own one. Oh, there's actually a package for that. Editor coroutines. Maybe I should use that. That sounds like exactly what I need. Because the TextMatch Pro coroutine is pretty good until you yield return. Okay, so what keyword do I have to use? Overview. Well, at least it's 1.0. So editor coroutine. Okay. What now? Dot. Type of, okay. How do I use that? I have this one error. That coroutine. In modal behavior. So how do I use this? Read the manual. There it is. Is that a joke? Yeah, that pretty much is an April Fool's joke. Seriously? Okay, now I get it. Where's the arrow? Oh, there. So, editor. I think it's editor coroutine utility dot start coroutine. Okay. What? It has two parameters but is invoked with one argument. It has 3 arguments. What? Start coroutine. Okay. Start coroutine has 2 arguments here. What? Oh. I have to give it an owner. Right. If you look at here, it has an owner. So here they just plug in this. They use it for an editor window. So how do you do this with the classic static method? Do you have an example? Oh, ownerless. Okay. Yeah, I don't want an owner. Even though it sounds like exactly what we need. But let's just do it ownerless, because I have no idea what I'm doing. Thumbs up 90% of my stream. And then I still end up with a very good tool. Well, I'm still not above the through the finishing line, so maybe I should take that back. So this also did not yield return. No. So, why can't it yield return? Is it because the enumerator is static? Not really. It still has the return value of an enumerator. It's still quite funny that we made all this mess just to see that it doesn't do anything. Let's just make sure that calling the window for the first time does not mess with anything, even though the proximity. Let me Google that. Probability for that is pretty low. No, it's immediately saying value, and it's supposed to wait until this line of code is finished. And in either way, it doesn't yield return. This is quite annoying. Let's just Google that up. Does this say anything about yield return? No. Oh, I could try to make this to integrate this into the editor window. It won't change the problem that I need to wait for the window to have been set up with a value until I fetch the value. Which makes this whole process even what makes this whole process a little bit more even ridiculous is that I'm going to do this inside of an inspector nonetheless in the end, and all of what I'm doing right now is kind of obsolete, so I need to find a solution fast here. Can't spend too much time on this. Just say, does anybody know why this can't yield return? It's really annoying. Hello, can somebody help me? This was working before, but now I'm kind of stuck. What if I plug in you wait for seconds here? I don't think this would make a difference. No. It still just displays the value immediately. Oh, I did this in the wrong method though. Let's do that again. Shouldn't do anything, but let's just see. Yeah, that didn't do anything. Of course. Or am I wrong? Does yield return null? Not doing? No. I think it was always like this. Sometimes trying to write good code is really a grudge. So let's say I make a mistake here. What? I know that these functions here, that were working just fine. So I can always return to what I had before. But I wanted to simplify that I don't always have to write yield return null real break. But I know I'm kind of stuck here. Then I really need to make a decision. If I want to write this into an inspector anyway, it doesn't make much sense to put more time into this. On the other side, I just want to know. I just want to know what kind of bug this is. I want to know if I can fix this. And I'm starting to just stare at the code, but I don't understand. I don't understand what could be wrong about this. Let's just look at these two. Yield return, start coroutine. Let's just look again. Yield return, start coroutine. And this is supposed to just work according to the documentation. Start function and wait until it is completed. And this will then print done after this line of code has been executed. So this is how it normally is. And one enumerator can yield return for another one and then go on. So that's also completely normal. This one is static, but it shouldn't make a difference. That doesn't change the return value. Just that you can call this one time only. That this is only static. It's just static. It's just there one time, but I don't get it. Yeah, maybe it's just because editor sucks. That's sometimes just how it is. It is how it is. And maybe I will have to just accept the fact that with the editor coroutine utility, it's just not feasible for some reason. It would be nice. It actually would make totally sense. It just doesn't work. It is what it is. Now, maybe if I would be lucky, I would know how to fix this. Okay, so I can forget yield returning for some reason. Unity just says no in editor mode. Just say no. You can't yield return for a coroutine in editor mode. I don't know why. Yield return start coroutine editor mode. There's people who also write their own solutions. Completely okay, but I don't know. Let's make one last test though. Let's just make a simpler coroutine. Yield return use that TMP coroutine. Start coroutine and just call this yield coroutine, and this yield coroutine is just going to say I enumerator yield coroutine and say, yeah, this is going to yield return null for maybe a second so. Float time is equal to time.time, while time dot time minus time is smaller than 2. Let's make this wait 10 seconds. Debug dot log yield coroutine is finished. And then we debug log here. After yield coroutine. Yep. And then we test that out. Holy moly, I really want to test my brush right now. As oh, come on, select something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. While time.time minus time is more. Oh, it has to be bigger than 10. It has to be bigger than 10. But still a little bit weird. That this didn't debug log this message. Something did go wrong. So. Okay, this time this has been finished immediately. What? So time.time minus time. When is this bigger than 10? Okay, let's say we start at time 1. 1 minus 1 is 0. That's not bigger than 10. And then the first one is going to get bigger. So 2 minus 1 is 1. Until we get to 11 versus 1. And after that it's going to be bigger than 10. Well, on the other side, we can make we are sure. No, we are not sure what is happening. Why is time.time minus time bigger than 10? Ten is smaller. It immediately did print out. So why? Should just loop this. Oh, come on. Oh. I can't even handle a simple subtraction anymore. Yes. Now I'm in my deepest point. It means that a new height is going to approach. Now I can't get lower than this. Okay, let's just analyze this again. 10th of time minus time bigger than 10. When? Wait. Why this is bigger than 10? No. Well, this is smaller than 10. It was right. If it's bigger than 10, that's the break clause. That's the break condition. But why did this never execute? It would never execute. It just didn't wait. It just didn't wait or something. It just, come on, just cut that bullshit. Yield return. No wait for seconds. Then let's see what happens. And this should, in theory, wait 10 seconds. Debug log, yield return, yield coroutine is finished, and then go into this log. And it just immediately debug log both of these values. What is going on? Okay. Let's just say, okay, in editor mode, and in enumerator cannot wait for enumerator. It's just, this is bullshit. This is unholy. I just can't say it anymore. It's just, this is just bullshit. It's not the first time that Unity editor utilities messed me up, but hey, you know what? Let's reset. How do we do that? We want to reset hard. We don't want to keep our changes. We still have the editor open, that's why it's now asking for some artifacts. Let's just close the editor, save that scene though. No, I don't care for artifacts. See? And the code did indeed reset. So we can now, without any problem whatsoever, just say that this coroutine just doesn't work. And yes, we have to kind of hard code these two lines of code, because we can't put in an enumerator into an enumerator while we are inside of the editor, and this is kind of undocumented and it's bullshit, but it's I don't know. It's nothing that we can do anything about. So first of all, let's make sure every time we use that editor input window dialog, so that every time we use that editor input dialog, that we save it up as a window. And it would be nice if we could just put this inside of an enumerator instead of this function, and we just don't have the option. It's kind of sad. Yeah. And I kind of feel sorry for yeah, anyone who's watching this stream and just has to see, okay, to give up on that, and we cannot do this the good way, writing some code that actually is flexible enough. It's not possible. Kind of sad though. I know exactly what I have to do, but I don't have the strength to do it. Yeah. The only thing that I could continue to do is to try out custom solutions, and probably someone figured out how to do this better than Unity did it by themselves. Yeah, but time is not endless. And I'm not going to keep it the way it is anyway. So we. Okay, we are down to 15 bucks. And the way I fixed the code right now, this is really like a child code. It's not how a real good coder would do this. Yeah, well, some kind of amateur. Come on, what the hell? I didn't mean to jump. So let's go through this and see if we still have it. We have still have... What? Okay. Okay, I have to. I will just reopen the project. I don't care what kind of hell I have in front of me here. Okay, enter save mode. What the hell? Just tell me what kind. Oh, come on, what the hell is this? First processor. I didn't do anything there. Let's go through all the warnings inside of here. This is never used. Oh, this doesn't this doesn't do anything. What the hell is this? Can't find some kind of file name. Okay. Pretty much can just Google this up, but okay, maybe I shouldn't plug in my project name. Okay, so it looks like this is a package error. So let's go into the package manager and see. So what was the only thing that we did was install the editor coroutines. So it's just, oh, this is not installed anymore. Okay, that is a huge problem. Yeah. So let's install this. It probably is trying to look for this, and then it can't find it. Let's see if this is going to fix the problem. Oh, it is. Okay. Now we don't use the package, but yeah, that probably was the problem. And now I can click with my mouse and yeah, I can click with my mouse, I can cancel it correctly. Does it recognize my cancel? Yeah. So I can stop debug logging here. Yeah, okay, there's a lot of log inside of dialog. Yeah, I should have seen that one coming. And yeah, let's just try this out already. First, let's uninstall the package that we just installed, because if you don't use it, don't install it. Then it's just trash, and it's just unnecessary trash. And we will update all these later when we do all the updates, but I think that will not be today. So let's go through the map. And we have the grid, object tile maps, and we have this new hill area. We want to draw in the background inside of that. And I pretty much just use these default values. And now I really want just to have normal time up here. Vegetation short, nothing too fancy. No trees though. We are now above the surface and close with vegetation long and then just brown rocks. Okay, and let's see how fast we can get. So to make sure that show only selected group. Make sure that we only use that group. And let's go. Hey, it doesn't work. Oh no! It just has a pick chance of 10%. Maybe a little bit low. Right, I should also use that reference point. And now I could, in theory, do something like... Oh no, I don't want to have an offset. Stop, please. Could also do this. It just wasn't a lot of stuff though. I think the amount of things in the background are a little bit overkill, to be honest. And let's maybe decrease the pick chance to 0.6. Yeah, that's more like it. Where was the rotation? This is what was the rotation. And rotate it over here. Yeah, we're done. But you know what? Let's do that again. I'm not satisfied with that. Okay, there is now an error. I'm not sure if we can prevent this, because probably did mess up. Let's just make sure. Let's say if grid painting state dot target is null, return. Because then this target has been destroyed. Okay, and we are trying to do that again. I just wasn't satisfied with the first area, because I think it was too crowded. It was too many bushes, and that made it look like there was just too much stuff in there. It doesn't mean that I don't want to have anything at all here. And I probably don't want to paint on the scene route. Yeah, this is what I want. Yeah. So I do want... Oh. I have to make sure that I pick the dynamic reference point. Go through this. Draw wherever I think it makes sense. Rotate over here. And reset the rotation. Keep drawing, drawing. And as I really have to say, I'm going through this really in a good speed now. Looking at that, this is the real level. Compared to before, where I really was taking a lot of time. Okay, let's... Can I stop the preview? No, I don't think so. No. So I think there should still be an option. Disable preview, and we're just going to cheat. Preview alpha put to 0. We're going to cheat with this one. But this is a function that is still missing. The disable the preview function. No, okay, I can just click on that as selection, and this is pretty much the same as hide the preview. And I can see that, for example, this bush here should be up here. Just want to make sure that I don't have anything floating in the air, like over here, these rocks. They're floating in the air. Can't have that. Everything that I think is a little bit too floaty is going to get corrected. So yeah, but that's it. So far, that's really fast, to be honest. Just as fast as it gets. So now for the foreground. Woo! I mean, that really didn't take much time in comparison, especially in comparison to before. Like, before I was drawing every single layer like this, and yeah, I'm quite happy with the result, to be honest. But let's stop talking, keep working, keep pushing. Let's go and make the foreground. That's going to give me automatic values that I did put in there, but I'm not sure about the start and end offset. That's a big issue. I don't really know what is going to be good. So first I want to have leaves. Then I want to have just brown rocks. They're nice. Then I want to... There's a little bit of vegetation. I have this mixed bush. And then I'm just going for rocks again. Maybe dark rocks, brown rocks. Okay, now let's go for the foreground. You see, it immediately did set itself up. Oh, what happened to the scale though? Oh, there's also a problem with that. So the scale here, min scale is 1. This min scale is 6.3. Okay, we have to look into that. That's not correct. It's using the wrong scale. Scale. Okay, there's a lot of scale in here. Maybe we should be more specific. Min scale. Yeah, it just plugs in the min scale of the brush that is being used to draw with. That's not correct. Oh, that is not the group function. We have to look into... yeah, I don't know. Where it is created, I guess. And that it uses the time selection info reference when it's going for the scale. I don't think it's going to set up its scale here. No, it doesn't. So it's either in random parameters and the scale is using actually the brush min scale. So as a base, yeah, what do we do? So let's see, there could be a different information inside of this game object. This has a min scale of 3.5 for the Rock's brown brush. Yeah, and we see here that the min scale and the max scale are set to different values if we select these brushes. However, it doesn't use the size. Okay, it doesn't use the scale at all. It doesn't use either scale. That's what? What? Okay. So what is going on here? So it's what it should use is not the brush min scale, but the in the group function. Oh, first of all, it's constrain proportions to x. If this is set to false, the scale is just going to be 0, 0, 0. That's not good. Oh no, then it's going to be it's x, y, and z value. Okay. Let's maybe get rid of this if else construct. I don't know why, but it's kind of irritating me. Just set up this scale and override it with this is on. And I bet we in the end don't use this scale that has been set up inside of here anyway. That's why we get the wrong scale out. But let's also override this. Let's maybe say, let's only do this if we are not in the group mode. Something group. Kind of group time up, yeah. Then scale is going to be, so this is going to be the default scale. It's just the default value. But if we are in the group mode, we want to pick that timer selection info ref and say min scale. Just plug this in here. So this doesn't use the max scale. So float max scale is going to be something with this. So it's going to be the min scale minus the max scale. No, it's going to be the max scale minus the max. However, there's one problem. We need to kind of normalize this. What if we had a user had a tree and he wants it to be really big, and he plugs in min scale 500, max scale 600. It has a difference of 100. Now in the group mode it's going to be 1 and the max scale is suddenly 100. Then you would suddenly have a difference of 1 and 100. How would I scale that accordingly? I would have to find the correlation between the two min scales. So I have to divide the actual min scale by the other min scale, I think. Is that true? So let's say this is not null, and let's just assume this is also not null. And we're going for the x values. We're just looking for the x values here. Float scale correlation going to be 1 one of those two things is 0, which is not allowed, then I'm going to say, hey, fuck you. Scale correlation is then, I think this minus that. Oh. Let's see. If, let's say, let's go for the values 2 and 4. We use a size of 2, the brush uses 4. Then we get out of here two. Okay, we would get 2 out of here. I think it's vice versa in that case. So now we would get out 1.5, and we want to the max scale times the scale correlation. So let's say we have a min scale of 4 and a max scale of 6, and want to map that to 2 and 3, then 6 times 0.5 is going to be 3. Yeah, and that way we can estimate the max scale. In the other case, we have a max scale of 4 and the brush has 2. And we have exactly this, the opposite values. Max scale is 3. Then we would have 4 divided by 2. It's going to be 2. 3 times 2 is 6. And then the max scale would be 6. The min scale would be 4. That would actually be correct. Yeah, and we kind of just brute force that we are just going to work with the x value. Yeah, because it would take more time to set it up. Also for the user, by the way. Max scale diff. This is just the difference. Okay, so nonetheless, we then we use this. And create preview object. And after that, we kind of seem to not use these values. Go into this function and see. Yeah, we kind of only use that if we have used our box. Else we don't use the scale. That's weird. Okay, let's see if this is going to correct the scale issue. Yeah, that's a big rock. There's quite some stretching going on here. I messed up with the values. I have to see again where do I step these random parameters? Master world. Data preview object. Yada 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 yada. Create. There's the create functions. There's the random parameters, and now I can go inside of here. Implementation. So scale. Normally it's randomly 1 XYZ. Yeah. Maybe shouldn't use 3 different values for X, Y, and Z if I'm just brute forcing it. Maybe I should just use the X value. It looked like there was something wrong. This is draw chance mode. It's pretty much bugged. It's weird. So I think the offset needs to be bigger first. It's the first mistake here. Yeah, the offset needs to be much bigger. But what the hell is this rock? What the hell is this rock? Why is there a rock that is... Okay. It maybe did need some time to reset itself. So now we have a normal rock. Oh, what's up here? kind of had to change something about my positioning. So I'm still not convinced that this is good. Something needs to be changed. I mean, what the hell is that? I have a rock that is super small here. I think that setting is bullshit. Something is messed up. So we can see that the scale here is different between X, Y, and Z. That's not good. Let's look if I made a mistake by using the Y value somewhere where it doesn't belong. No. So maybe I shouldn't multiply if those should only multiply if those two are different. Because only then it would matter. So if I had a min scale of 2 and the brush had 4 and everything else would be the same, we would have gone through here and calculate 2 divided by 4 and then say the max scale we should just take the max scale difference just the difference and multiply with this with the correlation. Actually we don't have a use for this calculation here. Yeah. And this is just this times the correlation. Okay. So there were some huge errors inside. Multiple. Okay. So now the the scale should make more sense. Does it? Yeah, that makes sense. It's just that big stone, that big brown stone, somehow doesn't make sense. Or somehow the last layer is smaller than I would expect it to be. It's weird. 3. Let's look it up. So the last one is wax brown, I think, I guess. Yeah. Let's take a look at this rock. Chancy, yeah, now it makes sense. It's still that the offset is kind of bad. The problem with the offset is that it doesn't scale right now. Like, I can set the offset up, but it's kind of hard to find a good point for the offset. Actually, that's alright. Never mind. Okay, now I have to delete everything. Fortunately, I don't have to... Let's stop the shifting. Fortunately, I don't have to start from the beginning. So I can just use the delete brush. Fortunately, I have that. Yeah. And now let's try this out. Is this going to work? It kind of is. Kind of. There's a problem with the edges though. I'm not going to lie. Just have to be careful not to push anything too high, so it would be in front of the camera. But yeah, previously this did take quite some time. I can do this in less time. There's one thing though, I would like to do it like this, but keep the rotation. Yeah, that's something that's missing. Yeah, that's really missing. Because I don't want to draw it in like this. Okay, so I found something that I would have I really need. I have useful. Let's show all the positions first. So now I need to do it like this. To go in here, say hey. I don't want this group function. I need to pick chance. I also need to use it. Then I go through all these. To disable this function every time. That's kind of annoying. And I don't mean it's kind of annoying, no. It is, this is just annoying. Oh. Let's show all time-ups. That's a problem. I forgot that I have the dynamic reference point. I have to start all over from the beginning again. Okay. Now it really makes sense to just delete the whole foreground. Because I forgot that the time map is shifting. And that kind of ruins it. I'm going to lie. It's going to good look once your character is down here. Okay. So I guess back to the drawing board. Delete that foreground. And I want to have function want to have to toggle inside of the random game of the brush to rotate, but not rotate. Keep rotation. Above war chance mode. I want to have toggle keep rotation. Rotating with the mouse cursor, the mouse cursor function, the offset is being rotated, but not the individual object. Game object. Yeah, and I think that's a big game object. Then I need to use this only inside of this brush here. So where do we set the rotation? That's a good question. Rotation. Preview rotation, yay. Let's just see where this is set. We either we said this, but if keep rotation, this is just ignored. Here in create, we can just put this to 0 if what is this even used for? So if keep rotation maybe we should look where this is data used. Set up drawn object. It comes out of random parameters, so that makes it a little bit So first of all, here's the code that edits while we are using the rotation. If not keep rotation, only execute this line of code if we are saying we don't want to keep the rotation. Then we have this random function. Here, set up all these random parameters. If just say float rotation factor, and this is going to be the preview rotation. And if we don't want to keep the rotation, that is going to be 0. Yep. Okay, that should fix it. Let's see if that holds true or not. So this would have to be keep rotation if we want to keep the rotation. Still weird that this one line of code would affect this. No. Why is this not displaying anything? Let's make a new group here. Take all the default values. Start and end color, all default. And let's only work on that one. Let's only work on those two here. Only show those two. And then I'm going to go on this, and it looks alright. Just the offset is bullshit. Is it though? No. It's not that it's not just the offset. I kind of have to plug in different values here. But let's first set this up. You would never see the last layer like this. So I would want it to be like this. But then, if I draw it in, I have a really low pitch chance right now. If I draw in like this, not really nice. So I need to have this reference point over here. I want to have it over here. Okay, so kind of need to change the values here. I want this to be -2. Just start at -2. And then -4, maybe not -4. -2, -2.5, -3.25, -4, -5. Okay. So let's set it up again. That looks a little bit better. With a higher pick chance. It's still that the values are kind of meh. Now if I keep rotation, okay, now it just works. Okay, that just works. Okay. Is it going to work like this? Yeah, it just works. Okay. So let's draw this in. Still kind of feeling kind of meh. Now I can have that the... Oh, it does work. And I wanted to say that now I can have that the objects are set to the side here. That doesn't work. Okay. Why though? But don't say keep orientation, keep rotation. It does work, so how does that translate? So here in this we have the rotation factor. And here's the orientation. It's weird. Just 2 lines of code. How can this mess it up? Meh. Shouldn't interfere with the offset, but it does. And the worst thing is, if I click keep orientation, the preview. Sorry, the preview is okay, but you see that it's only kind of. It's not drawing in the right positions. It's pretty much ignoring. Pretty much ignoring me. Maybe there's no, I don't understand this. Let's just see what happens when we use setting cell. I don't have an explanation for this. So let's just look into this function and see how it works. So it has new random parameters first. And it's going to use setup one object again. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that. Actually, not really. Actually, not at all. So, offset. And just go inside of this function again and see how it uses the offset. And I really hate this that this sets the objects up even though they are in the preview.
Like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, it's you and me. I know it's my destiny.
Holy shit, I was streaming without a microphone. When we're working with our own functions, we just discover naturally what kind of functions we are still missing. And this is what I say, hey, we have to be practical with our functions. And now I can say keep the rotation, but rotate this a little bit to the side. So yeah, perfect. And this really looks like, doesn't look like a pleasant area, to be honest. It looks like there's just a lot of stuff in here. Like this is really wild. Like this is really just wild nature. Doesn't add some wild nature over here. But let's not add that much. Okay, now let's show all. Okay. I think there's a gap over here. Yeah. It's a gap. Okay. So I have to make sure. Sometimes I just lose this point reference a little bit. Now let's make sure that when going through this area, it will look okay, all right. And the first thing that is really mad is you would see this. You would never see those stones. So you would see them over here. But when you're over here, you're not going to see those stones. So. And most of the vegetation is just floating in the air. That's not good. So let's just say, sorry, we're going to do that again. We need another offset. Need to be critical. Need to use the group mode. And be on the right time map. It's a huge problem to work with that offset. So normally it would be players over here and we draw over here. And now I kind of really need to find the right value for the offset. That would be like this. Okay, let's try that out. Now the chance is too high. But I still need to do a little bit of custom work. I can't just generate everything. Okay. So if I'm standing over here, yeah, I think this stone has to go. And then I need to disable the group painting mode a little bit. Oops. Maybe stop being retarded. They are sometimes in the way, but it's quite better than it was before. Okay, so we still have to make our own adjustments, like here. This is not good. I don't want to mess with the description though. Just sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it's like generated content is good, but brain it doesn't mean that you can't use your brain. Still, I'm saving a lot of time, to be honest. I kind of can make sure that wherever I am, the environment is never in my way, except for this motherfucker. Get out of here. Okay, as I said, the environment is never in my way. I think it's super useful. We'll sometimes have to reposition some things, some of the assets, but well, it is what it is in the end. I could even rotate this, but whatever. And then you jump down there. Da, 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 da. Okay, let's play this level and see. Show all of them. Let's play the level and see if this was if this is now finished or not. Just try to skip through it and just look for the environment. So this level, start here. Get to the first enemies. Now can't really fight because I don't have any skills enabled, so yeah, never mind that. And yeah, I think it's a nice area. I think the look at fight factor is too big. Yeah, look ahead factor is too strong. I'm kind of getting a headache from this. So we need to change these values. So this is units. Here's the cam here. So, and this has its own speed. Turn speed. Let's change this to 1. It's just, wow. Yeah, that's better. That's better. That's actually helping me a little bit. Instead of it's still kind of annoying that the screen is kind of shaking every time I'm changing the direction. Okay, I think this environment is fine. It's kind of stylish, to be honest. Ouch. Then I can just fly over this area here. Let me through. Okay. Yeah. Ouch. Ouch. It just happened. I go through this area. Because you said the environment is a little bit over the top. I think the crystals are sometimes a little bit too dominant. Because if you come close to them, they have this unnatural high illumination. It's not looking bad, but it's sometimes a little bit too distracting. Come on, I will die from this bed if it's gone. And suck at my own game. Again and again. Gotcha. I will die like this. Okay, here we go. Oh no, 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 no. You have to go when it goes down, like now. Come on, come on. Oh! Ah, at least those two are dead. I think this area here, it's a little bit, yeah, the quality is very different from the quality of the rest of the game. And now for the last area, that's beautiful. So for the look of the game, I think it's really a huge improvement over what we had artistically. And then this would load the next level, and that level has still to be set up. Yay! Good. One more than one global like. I think this is after it loaded. Yeah, it is after it loaded. So we're going to the next level now. It's quite nice and exciting. Yeah, but so far, I think artistically the game is better than it is in its gameplay value. Yeah, so it's a nice game. I just have to find the last yeah, the last few hints in the combat system, so that the combat system is actually fun. The one right now is very strategic, but I kind of feel like it's missing its point. But I haven't played the game for a long time, so even I don't know. And I would have to just have a guy test the game after I finish all the art stuff. So, okay, now we have this ending here. And there's a trigger zone in the end. This is the level finish. And this points to two scenes, and I know the scene numbers have just changed. So these should be level 7 and 8. Oh, actually it's correct. So number 7 is the boss scene, and number 8 is level 5. So let's go to level 4. Save. Oh, that would have been a tragedy if I would not have saved. So this is how the game looks without all the effects. And I think now it can't even play.
I have trained 50 years for this day. Come and
Actually, I can play. Interesting. Yeah, but nothing has been set up. That says more than one global light. Let's go to the cam, and this has a global volume. And it seems to be more than one. Yeah. Which one is the one that I shouldn't use? I think it's the one in the map. So let's delete that. And press play again, see if these errors will clear themselves.
I have trained 50
Yeah. So that's the errors. Now the UI cam has not been set up for a lot of canvas object. So everything that is UI has to use the UI cam. Let's go on and see if that fixes the heart in the top left is kind of weird.
I have trained
Yeah,
50
it does.
years
It does.
for the day a dark vampire crosses his path. Come and fight me, lesser creature.
Hey, what's up? Oh. Hop. No. She can't decide if she wants to be close or not. So, yeah. She doesn't like to be on the lip, but she likes to be close. Yeah. Usual stuff. Ouch!
Ugly creature. Ugly creature. You are evil. Ugly creature.
Okay, something was weird about that.
You are evil.
So my bite
Vampire.
is sometimes not working.
Vampire. Ugly creature. After studying vampires for years, I have found their biggest weakness. I will now cleanse this world from your existence. Ready the process. Dive in. Get cleansed.
Ouch.
Begun, villain. Dive in. Get cleansed. Begun, villain. Begun, villain. Dive in. Get cleansed. Time for another strategy. Come on, Daisy. Roll the barrels. Yes, yes. Now give him hell, Daisy. Well, none am out of moves.
Well, okay. Now we have to set up this level, I guess. So, but it's also dinner time. Still have this kind of weird error message. Cannot play disabled audio. Okay, can you tell me where it, right? Play one shot, just give me a line. Okay, blood particle collision on particle collision. So we have this, and this has on particle collision. It's going to display an audio source. Play one shot. Yeah, at the end. Right at the end. Which even trying to catch if this audio source is not enabled. Don't play it. Just return. Yeah, but we still get this message. Cannot play a disabled audio source. So, So this catch, I think I did throw in this catch block to actually catch this message because I can't explain it. So blood particle is there. Now I have to kind of guess what is happening here. I could try to find the prefab, but I kind of think it's obvious that this thing is getting destroyed or something. And it's still trying to play this audio source. Yeah, maybe, or if audio source... This would be the first ones. I think what's happening here is that on particle collision, the particle is checking if it's getting destroyed or not. There's a maximum amount of particle collisions in the particle system that can happen before the particle is going to destroy itself. So this is a Unity event, and sometimes we don't know this. The particle is going to destroy itself right with this call, and sometimes it doesn't, and we don't know. And we try to play an audio source, and sometimes this audio source, when this is being called, will be deleted instantly, and then it's going to throw a warning. So this catch is not going to help us, to be honest. It's a nice catch, but it's not going to catch the error. So Unity on particle collision destroy check. Is there something? One particle collision driving me nuts. Yeah, that's a good thing. So if we look inside of here, You know that the collisions cause a lifetime loss, and that there are kill conditions inside of here. And it's unfortunate that we kind of don't get the collision and the condition. Oh, we do get collision. What does this do? Get collision in... Let's just get one. Let's just get one, the first one, and see what could we get here. Just can get the components. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. By a lot. So we can't really get any information. Unity get if collision will destroy. Oh, I want to get if this object is going to destroy itself. How do I get that? So nothing of these things help me at all. It's just with the dogs. Kind of can't get this. I would need to know the information if this particle is going to destroy itself, but I can't get this. Maybe there is a way and I don't know it. I'm pretty sure there is a way. So what do they do with this part? They use this part. Do they do it with it? Part. Ah. Ah. So I could do this instead. Haha. And this is more effective. Okay. Can I also get something useful out of here? Are you going to kill yourself? Kill. Destroy. No. Collision. Dodge. Now I can access the kill things. But I don't get a check method. I would have to write that by myself. Lifetime loss, and that's a min-max curve. That's not going to be easy. This is going. If I try to calculate this by myself, it's going to take a lot of time. It could take a whole day. I don't want this. And also, the only way around this would be to ignore their warning. Yeah, both are bad. And come on, I want to get going. No. Sorry, but I take it. I'll just take that. So let's see. This is the ground. This is the ground. This is the background. And actually, back then I had this old background. Nowadays I think that background is stupid. What? Oh, I still need to use maybe a default brush. Yeah. So what I want to do here is want to get rid of the background. Really don't like that the background is just flat rock thing. Yeah. That's maybe there's a rock around this area here. And around this area, so where you can jump on, and everything else is kind of normal. Where you just have the normal background. So let's go. So what was it? Earth base? Yeah, it's like Mountains main. This is the main timer that I always use. And yeah, don't use anything else. Don't use anything else. But first of all, I'm just going to use this and say, hey, let's make it so. really want to kind of have this being the main stage area. So what I'm doing here is just give this a rough edge. Then later I will draw in the real edges with some tool with the other tile sets. I don't. If I would have a wool tile set, it would automatically set itself up, so I wouldn't even have to draw the edges. Now, back then I didn't know what a wool tile set is, so I didn't have that. Yeah, so sucks for me, I guess, but it is how it is. And now I can draw in sides. Draw in the sides. I can get them out of here. Kind of. Yeah, just like that. It's going through it area per area. Do I have to do? Oh, I have to put it underneath every time. Okay. I think I'm missing. Yeah, I'm missing a certain type of ground there. It's annoying. Yeah, that sucks. So the thing with these ones is that I have to pick a specific type. Yeah, it won't fit in. And sometimes that really sucks. Okay, just have to accept that. Getting up here. Looks alright. Yeah, sometimes I did put in the wrong tile, but it's alright. Still handleable. And I'm through with this part, the biggest part. Now going for the last part. Yep, that's alright. Oh, this is the last part. Actually, I lied to myself. I'm very sorry for this. I didn't mean to fool everybody by lying about what is the last part and what not. Eh. Kind of want to have an edge around here. Okay, that looks alright. Yep. This no, doesn't. Part missing over here. Now it's alright. And now I can draw in the background. And yeah, I'm really drawing in the background. Incredible. So the actual object use that to just have the background here. Current references. Yeah, just put it over here. Now I can also click here. It won't reset itself with this some kind of weird bug. And I want to be more in the brown rocky area here. Not have too much of vegetation. We just start short, then long, double long, and then have a mixed brush, double mixed brush. Okay. That was too noisy. What's up, Luna? Can't sleep all day. Show you something. Hey, what's up? So now she really likes to be on my back. It's kind of mad. I can't program like this. She's really on my back now. And sometimes she can even fall asleep on that position. Now she just did get up, so I think she was in the mood for sitting there. And I was also not in the mood. And now I can just draw it in like this. Oh no, I forgot something. I have to get the dynamic reference point over here. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Why can't I see the dynamic reference point? Is it in some kind of weird position? What the hell is that? That's weird. Didn't get to the mouse with the key press. And yeah, I have to redraw everything here. Oh, that's alright. Okay, let's just start again. Time map is empty now. Ah, I forgot to pick the reference point. God damn it. Okay, now. So why do I want to pick that reference point? So that I don't get into the problem that you're standing over here and the time map is looking completely different. And I really have to say, easy. It's so easy. Ah. Drawing backgrounds is that easy. People just would have this tool. I mean, this is really one of the greatest cheats. It's really like cheating what I'm doing here. Just sometimes the dynamic reference point seems to lose track of the mouse. It's not shifting when I rotate. This is why the dynamic reference point is weird over time. Yeah, I need to get it over here again. Okay, yeah, that's okay, because it does get useful with just a key press. Yeah, that's okay. It's a feature. It's not a bug. It's a feature. You just have to tell yourself enough, and it becomes true. Set story, many people really, developers really work that way. Set story. Actually, it's not supposed to draw in anything when I'm clicking after setting some rotation or something. I think when rotating it's not drawing in, but when setting the reference point it's sometimes drawing in random stuff that it's not supposed to draw. It's kind of annoying. God damn it. What's the shortcut for the move tool? I mean, I'm a developer for years now. Have been a developer for years. Of course, I know the hotkey for the move tool. Still not at the end, okay. So there we are at the end. Okay, so now we just pick this move tool, set the dynamic reference point position to our mouse position, set it to our mouse position, and go through the level. And oh no, damn it! I made some mistakes. Mistakes were made. Yeah, there's a lot of floating objects. Let's see. Oh, if you jump up here, it's okay if we stand here. No, it's not. Ooh. Here it is, alright. Is it? Yeah, it's alright. God damn it. It's not alright. So you jump here, over here, and everything just looks stupid. You jump over here and things come from floating in the air. I'm pretty sure that this is noticeable. Let's just hit play and see how bad it is, and then I will decide if I have to redraw this completely or not.
I have trained 50 years for this day. The day a dark
So already one,
crosses his path.
this brush here looks
Fight
off. So right over here. Yeah. Here it is all right.
Ugly creature. You're evil.
This brush over here.
You're evil.
If you look closely, you can see it
Ugly
floating in the air.
creature. You're evil. Ugly creature. Vampire.
This one is floating in the air.
Vampire. You're evil. Ugly creature. Vampire.
It's alright over here.
Ugly
I thought it would be
creature.
worse.
Ugly creature.
So maybe we can save it a little
You're
bit.
evil.
Yeah, we don't have to redraw this. Not that bad. First had the impression that we would have to redraw everything, but yeah. I mean, this brush here, can kind of see that it's not in a good position. Also this brush and this brush, you can see them floating in the air. It's not good. But here, stuff is floating in the air. Yeah, we just have to go over the map again and clean it up. But after that, we will pretty much be done. It's a feature. No, I think it didn't load in on the next level because the next level doesn't exist or something. I think it's just out of the index. Okay, let's go back here and say just correct everything that is kind of sticking out. Correct all the positions that need to be corrected. So we're really trying to make sure that things are just not in a good position when you're close to them. But let's not just assume that the user plays in some kind of weird size, the monitor size. Let's just even consider that the user might use a wide screen. Why we would do that for the 2D game? That's not our concern. Our concern is just that it's working for every available screen size. So if he's over here, that he would not see something like this. I think he's not going to see this though. This, not this stone. The other object was actually fine. And also this bush, this rock now. Put it all to nice, good positions. Yeah, like this. And we're over here. This bush is at a good position. No floating things in the air. Yeah, maybe down here. Now, would this happen if we would draw in normally? I think still yes. We've been drawing in normally, and we still had these kind of errors inside of our game. So definitely this would happen definitely. It's feeding time. And I also should go feed myself soon. But I kind of have this, I want to keep working mood right now. Really having fun using my tool that I've been spending so much time on, that I can just enjoy for one time to actually use the tools that I create instead of debugging them. Yeah, this is what I actually wanted there the whole time. Let's not forget that. And also the type of control that we have now, that amount of control, it's only possible because we did spend so much time and effort. into making this the most useful tool that I was like, okay, this doesn't work like I thought it would. Okay, so where the hell is the end of the level though? Where the hell is that? So where is this trigger zone for the level finish? Oh, it's way over here. We never get there. Okay. So let's look at the trigger zone. And it's supposed to load in scene number 12. It actually exists. But it now is scene number 8. And this has to be named player. Player actually has to be named player. Yeah, that's actually a naming convention that I did go through. So I have to make sure that the background is similar to the background in the level before, and that is you just see the background without many mountains. So how does this work? So it's supposed to be like this. The highest position you see this. What's the highest position here? It's over here. And in the lowest position it's over here. You see it like this. Yeah. Okay, so what are we supposed to see here is it's going to be like this. Yeah. This is what we are going to see. I guess. And then I think we're just supposed to put it in our stuff so that we like it. And then in the highest positions, it's supposed to be way much further down. It's like over here. Kind of should set itself more dynamically. It's kind of just pretending to have a good estimate, but I don't have a good estimate for this.
I have trained 50 years for combat. Vampire! Ugly creature! You're evil! Vampire! Ugly creature! Vampire! Come back and fight me! If you run now, think about it.
Okay, that's supposed to be the end of this level. And we see that there's some kind of error messages because we just changed so many things that yeah, I have to set up every level now again from the start. Let's see. Oh, no. Okay, let's go and keep going. I want to have the lowest. No. I wanted to have the background inside of here. I got it. Now I want to have the foreground too. Just take the normal values and then the end offset. I think it's about 4.5. Might be better. I wasn't too happy with the last values. And then this is pretty much a vegetation area. So start with long vegetation, short one, and then we go into that area where we need to get rocks. Because in the later stages we kind of need to take rocks because the vegetation is really getting too long then. So let's say keep rotation. Yeah, because we need also want to clear the console. keep the rotation. Then I can draw this in here. Rotate. 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 It kind of is holy shit. Sometimes the picture is striking me with general random in a hard way. Oh no, I forgot to can start from the beginning again. Forgot to take the reference point with me. Okay, so let's not forget the reference point. Okay. So why do I need that reference point with me? Just when the character is standing over here, I want the environment to exactly look like this, not something else. And I kind of like this catches this rough area feeling, like this really wild nature. Because I really just did pick a lot of stuff just from the wild nature. Yeah. And yeah, we'll have to draw something in here by hand. That's too small. I think over here we already passed the point where this level would be normally. Trying to find some gaps inside of the stone areas. Need to fix those. Yeah. Don't want to have any gaps inside of here. Go over here, and the finishing touch going to be on this side. Okay. Cat is just carrying random stuff with her. Just leave it be. Just leave it be. The cat be a cat. Come on, give me a better rock. Give me a better rock. Okay, let's scale this down. Put the scale to 2. Ah, oh, that's not working. Disable draw chance mode. Scale of 1.5 maybe. So we'd go over here, jump it down. Have to control if there's something getting in your way. So I have to cover all the areas where could potentially see floating objects. Like over here. That's not okay. And I think we're past the point. Yeah. It's already at the end of the level. The user is never going to see that. Go back. Go back to the starting point. Yeah, it's not that we can just draw in stuff and be done. No, that it still is kind of that we have to act professionally in the end. But let's save this up and hit play. Let's do take that fight. Take that fight.
Today, the dark vampire comes.
actually take that fight. So over here looks just like, hey, it's a rough area. Come over here.
Ugly creature. You're evil. You're evil. You're evil. Ugly creature.
Ah, come on.
Vampire. You're evil. After studying vampires for years, I have found their biggest weakness. I will now cleanse this world from your existence. Ready the process. Die. Get cleansed. Begun, villain. Begun, villain. Get cleansed. Die first. Die first. Die first. Begun, villain. Die first. It's time for another strategy. Come on, Daisy, wall the bird.
So the lightning here is also correct.
Now give him hell, Daisy. Well, none I'm out of moves.
And then we just leave the level. Okay, let's just pay a little bit of attention to the environment. Kind of have some leg spikes. That's quite annoying. And we're in the next level, so I guess it's time. It's time for another strategy. Let's go and eat something. Yeah, I'm going to have my final dinner and be right back after that. I guess we are going to edit another level or two. Hopefully two. And let's just see how far we get. Just being back, making some progress right now. Oh, Azadel. Thank you for following. Unfortunately, I'm going to dinner right now because yeah, I've been overdoing it quite some time, and I need to take care of my health. And I'll be right back in half an hour, an hour approximately. So, be right back. And see you. Hello. So let's go for the last part here. And that is going to be the next part. Okay, that kind of didn't make much sense. But this next part here is going to be what we are going to work on now. Let's hope that this is not the last part, yeah. First of all. Okay, so we are going to set up this level now. And first of all, everything changed last time I was editing this. So the next scene here is going to be, this is level 5. And the next scene is going to be level 6. And this is scene number 9. So the scene numbers changed. It's kind of dumb that I did not go for the name. I wouldn't have this problem. Global liked here is not in use anymore. Let's clear that. Then the player inside of units is going to be named player. So just a lot of cleanup here. And in the UI, everything except the camera is going to use the UI camera for the UI stuff. Yeah. Okay. And this is the start. Now, if I should hit play, everything should have been set all right. Yeah, it looks like that. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, and all of these things have been set all right. It's good. So what's the plan with background here? So first of all, the current background, it doesn't make too much sense. Let's get rid of that. Let's there's a lot of it's not even named background. Main background. So main rocky background, something like that. And we want to delete this in all the areas where we don't have any kind of plateau. Yeah. So how do we do this? So we still want to have kind of gaps inside of here. And it looks like we need to pick another brush though. Yeah, okay. And here then maybe just create some kind of windows over here so that it would make sense that these areas are possible. So for anything else, yeah. I'm going to delete the background in most of the cases because we have a better background now. Just did grow as an artist. Unfortunately, I won't have the time to draw many backgrounds, so well, looks like we will have to go with one background. I'm not so sure about these platforms here. Should they be in the open? Whoa. Okay, I didn't intend to do that. Yeah, I guess they should be in the open. And then this area is kind of supported. So does this make sense? No, not one bit. but I think it's just better. So first of all, we just outline where the background now is open, and then here in this area, we don't need anything to support the structure anymore. So we can just say delete all, and then we can. No, we still. I want to go bigger here. The deletion. Delete everything of this line. So we have the outer parts. Kind of. Still missing them here. Goes like this or so. No, goes like this. Let's just keep it like this. So here, there's some inner window over there. And then this does have some kind of supporting structure. I don't know how. It's going to be pain to draw. But it has to be done. Okay. Well, it's a whole lot of work, to be honest. Yeah, that's going to be a whole lot of work. Why do I do this to me? Why do I make a game? Yeah, okay. Question asked. Question answered. Question asked. Okay. So we're not just going to use those type sets from this part anyway. So it's better like it's better like this. Then we have this supportive structure. Just go for the outlines first. Try to increase in height. I'm just trying to draw the outline. Okay. Let's also save that up. Oh, I have a ventilate. The heater. The heater. As a heater on all the time. It's supposed to be off. Just using that because I'm just want my cats to have it nice here. Normally I would just suffer through the cold. The cold time of the year. Still very disappointed in the guy who is managing with the house. Still have to do something about that. Get another person to do that. Because currently the guy who does that takes too long. And important fixes in the house are not made in time. And I think it's not morally good to have somebody working for you, not delivering the work that he's supposed to also for other people, and then to not have any consequences if he fails. I think if people fail, you should try to teach them a lesson in business, just because it's important. people suffer because other people mess up, and yeah, that's basically it. If somebody is just straight up lazy and other people suffer because of that, yeah, I think that guy should be taught a lesson. And it should only be fair if he's going to lose the job to manage this house. He still should have enough other projects, so it shouldn't matter. Just money that we stuff into that guy, and we don't get anything out of there. Just get another guy. There's nothing bad about that. I think it's worse that we still have this guy, that I didn't do anything about him. Really need to find the time to invest into searching for a house manager. God damn it. Was just enjoying the music for 1 second and immediately I make a mistake. Come on, that's not fair. Okay, so we got that outer part done. It's good. On this area, I don't care. You're not supposed to see that. And now we're going for the inner area. So we're going from, just go chronological from what you're going to see. You're going to see this first. Just going for those outer areas. And yep, next hole is complete. Just hoping that it will look better in the end than just a flat surface. And yep, if there's something, it's kind of guaranteed that it's an improvement. Now, I've kind of forgotten. Well, I don't have a feeling anymore about if what I'm doing is good or bad. I'm just trying to give my best here, and then in the end, far in the end, I will kind of know the result. But before that, you kind of always have the feeling that what you're doing here is very, very, very good. But it could also be that if I would just stop now and have the feeling, hey, that's a huge improvement. Yes, it's a huge improvement, but it's still not enough. That your brain just wants to tell you, hey, you spend a lot of time on that, so it's good. But that's not how it works. It's not how it works. It's good when it's actually good or something. I don't know. Okay, I was pressing E accidentally, why I couldn't draw. Oops. Okay, that's very, very good so far. Only 5 holes left. Let's go. And I just make on the fly some decisions about what is going to be the outline and whatnot. You could use this as the outline, and in this case, yeah, I made this decision to use the inner part for the outline, so that the hole is bigger. So what's the thought process behind that is, I think here in this area it's easier. You just see a lot of this tile map background, so I wanted to give the user a lot of different looks, and for that, yeah, you pretty much need to see some different tile map, and that's only going to be when I use a huge hole, so you see more of the whole part. Then and the opposite would be if I would make the outline bigger, you wouldn't see as much from the background, and see more, yeah, just usual usual background stuff, more of this tile map, and you already see enough of this tile map in the current level. So I just want to give the user a little bit of different experience. Once you see too much of the same stuff, you're going to get bored eventually. It's in human nature. So that's why I decide, okay, I want to make these holes here as big as possible. Yep. So that you can look at something else than the timer that you are already seeing 100 of times. Literally. And there's nothing bad about seeing the same timer 100 times. It's just natural. But at least we can try to be different, or to give the user some different experiences. Fight against the boredom is going to arise eventually. And maybe in a million years I will be finished with this game. Just maybe. Let's not be too optimistic. Actually, I feel like it's going to get faster now. Because I actually start working on the real game again, instead of just the system behind it. And while I really like to work on the system, working on the system is really hard. It's necessary. Cannot have a game without working on its core programming. But after that much time spending on endless feeling like there's endless rewrites and rethinkings, recodings. Feels good to just enjoy a little bit of drawing on a tile map. It's just a simpler life. It's just a simpler life. Let's put it like that. This is why I really am a little bit jealous on the artists. Like, yeah, you also get these hard parts where you just have to set up your objects and fight with the technology behind that. But the artist, in the end, has a little bit more of the just simple make the level, make the game moments. He can just lean back and yeah, put his skills to work. On the other side, it's not that important. It is important, but it's not as much work as in the coding. Yeah, most of the time I just code, and yeah, I can't skip that. There's no shortcuts there. Oh, there's a lot of shortcuts. People take that, they fail. Do that every day. In the end, coding is a lot about having the discipline to keep going. Even when it's not going your way, just pretty much most of the time, which is pretty much all the time, keep going. Keep working hard. Eventually, you will be there. Even though it often just feels like you're kind of killing yourself with too much work and trying to rewrite everything again and again and again. Okay, so we finished that. Took quite some time, to be honest, but Yeah. That's how it is. What's over there? Why is there a hole? Why is there a hole? Oh no. I mean that we have a hole everywhere. Oh no. It's everywhere in this tile map. Holy shit. God damn it, and I use this everywhere. God damn it. It's it doesn't have an offset. It's not centered. Okay, all I can do here is if I pick this like it is now and set it in a different offset, it will not be enough. It will not be sufficient. I need to pick the art here, find it, go into the sprite editor and make sure that the pivot point here is standard differently. Okay, let's apply that. And voila! It wasn't enough. That was enough. Yay! Okay, that was a little shock back there. But actually, that was quite an easy fix. Nice. Life can be good. But it could be better. So, for example, there's a lot of old layers here. Objects. I think this is objects. Then there is castle, fly blocker. And there's not much on there, but it is there. So I think this is going to be the ultimate rocky level. Yeah, I mean, just look at it. This is pretty much the mountain level. So we have these high positions. So when we are on top, how should it look like? Put it here. And here we should really just see clouds. Like this. What the hell is even this? Oh. So it started like this. Set this up, and then you set this and this, and pretty much everything else is not going to be visible ever, I think. Yeah. And in the lowest positions, we also want to make sure that we start just a little bit in the air. To make sure that we just straight up get the feeling like this is in the mountains. Yeah. I think that it could be a little lower overall though. This. Just give the impression that, hey, this is now really high in the mountains from the start. And now we are going to join our custom timer. Yeah. We'll do a lot of stuff now. Object timer. And in here we say, make our own group. Don't have current point references though. Okay, let's make it here. Then for the go for the background. And do I want to go for short vegetation? Let's just go for short vegetation, and after that just a mix of rocks. Yeah, just go for the mix of rocks. And this is going to be our background for the whole level. An idea. Can we do this? We can. Hey, give me that dynamic reference point. I have to click one time into the area before I get that point. Okay. I don't know. If I draw like this, is that different from drawing like this? Looks like that, huh? Or am I wrong? No, I think I'm wrong. Whatever. Let's keep drawing. What am I even trying to do? I'm trying to rotate, but I keep rotation on, so it doesn't rotate. Okay, we're just going for that line, yeah? And just keep going. Yay! So we got the outer line. Yay! Easy. Actually, it's always a little bit safer to have the dynamic reference point a little bit above. Just feels safer that way. Unfortunately, doesn't stick like I like it to. I would like it to stick to the mouse. Yeah, that's something that we need to fix next time. And these are the smaller fixes that you just realize once you use the tool. It's not that we still have these kind of big issues still need to be fixed, like, hey, here it's going to draw in one object if you click, just for setting the point, and make sure that you use that function that we already have to not do that. It's not a big problem. Once you do have the actual functions for that, it's quite easy. There's actually there's a problem. Yep, the background. Yep, it was an empty area. Also, let's maybe use something like this here. There's these presets that can really be useful. Should use them more. Did set these up one time just to have something to randomly put in. The hope that it would look impressive, and like I would spend a lot of effort on that. Like it's the same thing all the time. It's also not bad because it gives you some kind to something to look for orientation. So it's not just a big deco, and it looks good. It looks just fine. Improves the overall quality of the game a little bit. So to put in some random holes into some randomness in there. Okay, but enough about that. Let's keep drawing. Still have a lot of holes to stuff here. Say it like that. Yeah, was somewhere done. What do we have there? Oh man. Really getting tired a little bit. Starting to speak German to myself. It's something that I haven't done for a long time. I remember when I was in China, I was just in a subway and I just spoke German to myself. When I don't know, something happens. I think the door was closing too late or something, and I just started to speak German, and I just didn't realize I was in a group with foreigners, and they were like, "Hey, you just spoke German," and like, "Hey, what? Why? Why would I do that?" Yeah, but sometimes it's just what you're used to say. Just have these habits. Habits are strong. Habits are stronger than most of the stuff that I think is going to increase our strength. Actually, in the end, it's always harder to overcome a habit and to, I don't know, just find motivation. Finding motivation, yes, it's good. It gets you on the toes. It helps you. But developing a habit can take year-long discipline. That's why. And then a habit is pretty much driving you by itself, while yeah, you pretty much don't have to do much. Like standing up early in the morning. Yeah, quite hard to do. Quite hard. But if you develop it as a habit, it really is at some point driving itself, driving you without any effort. And that's why, and then you just get back all your investion of time and effort, and can pretty much just autopilot your life. And that's why I always say, don't forget how strong and powerful habits are. They're way stronger than people might think. Way stronger than motivation. Motivation is overrated. It's important, it's strong, but it's often rated higher than habits. And habits are actually the gateway to, let's say, do something extraordinary. I wanted to help you. Luna, what the fuck? Oh, come on. Everything is dirty. Oh, oh sorry. Komm, ich helfe dir. Komm. Los? Luna. Luna. Komm. I have some of the dirt everywhere. Going to clean my room anyway in 2 days, so whatever. Talking about bad habits, cleaning your room every week is a bad habit. Takes you too much time. Should stop without that. Just accept the filth and work. Get myself a mom or something. No. Usually I'm very happy that I have a good habit of cleaning my room before it gets filthy. Because let's face it, it's not a pleasant work to clean your room. It has to be done. Also see that I'm making more mistakes in the time up here. Okay, and there was a wrong piece of tile. Just disappeared. That's kind of spooky. I think that was... it was not the last hole. I just have to go through this, find the last key references. Key references, the last holes. Just have to find holes. Come on. Okay. And now... oh, no, there's still a hole. Can't have any hole unstuffed. Okay, need to stuff every hole with something. That's why do we even put so much effort into our tools if we don't use it everywhere? So let's save this up and control. Let's put the point directly on the mouse and just go through the level. See if I can find any floating objects. It looks like I learned. There's some objects over here. So over here. But I've been a little bit more cautious, fortunately. trying to plug everything that is kind of looking a little bit too dangerous to leave it like that. I mean, I just don't know. Maybe I will give the player an ability to look around or something, and suddenly you have all these places where you have to clean up your mess. Just don't want that. And this is why better be a little bit extra careful and save work later. Also means just be a little bit careful, not to overdo it. I still need to be practical here. Could draw in forever. I don't have the time for that. Yeah, it looks so right though. Yay! So looks like we are finished with the background. Now we come and go to the foreground. I even used up all my team for today. So we definitely will finish this level. I'm not sure about the next level though. Oh, the next level. Oh yeah, that is quite something that I will have to think about. Because now the next levels are going to be castle levels. Yeah. That's going to be interesting. Okay, so whatever. Look just at all those objects that have been created here. And this is just a lot of... Throwing this in by hand would be insane. There's an exception. You know, I get exceptions. That's not nice. Close the gray brown and then with brown. Just brown. Looks brown in the end. And that created these parallax time maps before it would be able to. And then they did some checks. They just couldn't handle. Okay. What the hell is that? There's something wrong with the this scale here. What the hell is going on? So these rocks, they have a scale of 1, 9. These have a scale of 3. Let's go into the individual settings of rocks. These have, with these brown rocks, 0, 9. The mixed one, brown and gray, 1. So there's not much of a difference here. Oh, it's dark and gray. The last layer is just super small. Why is it so small? Maybe because these don't use the same options. Just make sure we always tick those 2 boxes. Okay, now let's draw again. Maybe also with the correct setting. Yeah, that's much better. Much better. I think this also has been one of the issues that we did have before. Okay, let's put the reference point a little above what we want to draw. Yeah, I want to see the reference point. No use in drawing without it. Then keep rotation. Whoops. If you fall down, I still need to have this area here to be drawn in. It's more of an edge case, but case is case. Then we have a problem, we can't really reach there. Just keep drawing. I think we are out. Yeah, we are out of most important areas. And then we kind of are a little bit. What do we do now? What do we do now? Yeah, that's damn. That's a good question. kind of need a new brush here for the foreground. It's the first time that we actually do have something like that. I just can't draw in and stuff anymore. It's interesting. Let's just put this in ungrouped and draw in rocks. Brown rocks. Let's mix brown and gray. Maybe a little bit smaller though. Let's put the min scale to 0. Maybe play with the scale for the first time. So let's have a scale between 0.5 and 0.8. Oh, let's maybe play with it maybe more. And give it less cells per draw. That doesn't work out. Damn. So let's use brown faded. Maybe it's working out with that. And just give it a lot of scale issue. Different scale. And trying to play with the orientation a little bit. Also give them a little bit of random offset. Maybe just like 0.2. It doesn't seem to be enough. Let's just go overboard. Okay, we have to give them minus 0.5, minus 0.6, and plus the 0.6 as random factors. So it does appear that they are a little bit of random. A random place. So they appear to have a random offset, but in the end they don't use that offset. Is that correct? Yeah. They don't use that offset. Kind of annoying. Because they use the offset of the brush. Okay. Go inside of here and say only use this offset function if only use that if we're in this group mode. Yeah. Still seems like it's not using an offset at all. Let's just plug in 6 in here and see what happens. I'm pretty sure it's not using the offset. God damn it. So I'm pretty sure here it does have the correct offset. First of all, I accidentally do override this. It's bad. So I think the first case here, I think on default it should be the preview info offset. Yeah. And if it's in picked objects, the offset should be a vector free 0. And if it's in group mode, it should use the group mode offset. Yeah, okay. I think that might help. Maybe not. Yeah, that looks like it's using an offset. Yeah, it's using the offset. Still a little bit annoying that the size is not displayed well. But now I can just go over here and say display all these rocks. Hide that thing. Yeah. And just like that, we can cover a lot of area. Without too much effort. And it just adds a little bit of depth. It's not a lot, but it's definitely not making it worse. It's something else than just having a flat surface. Okay, here let's go for gray rocks. Just be sure that we set up everything else before. Okay, time for the gray rocks. Setting up all these parameters, and we should be ready to go. And then we close with the brown rocks. Oh, brown rocks faded. Whoopsie. And those rocks, I need a lower pick chance. We're going to provide the color and pretty much go for a very, very dark tone. Why is it not drawing anything? Oh, and it's drawing. Just have to make sure it's used in alpha. And this is must be in the background in front, that background layer. So one, don't know. Oh, also override the sorting layer. Let's go for 10 here. And then make the grayness fit. Yep, I think like that. This is something that we can just plug in here. Can we? Oh yeah, we can. Ooh. Be careful with my... This is really risking a PC crash. That's a lot of objects. If this isn't too much for my PC. I hope this also doesn't mess up the game. Well, if it looks shitty, I can just press delete and it's gone, so guess it's okay. I have to be careful with these areas where you can fall down. It's a little bit annoying. And really, let's just hope that no one is trying to find all these rocks. What the hell? Well, let's create a brush here. Just to be a little bit faster. Whoops. Oh, if I select a brush like that, I have to decrease the ward chance mode by a lot. Yeah. Maybe I'm a little bit faster like this. Or maybe I'm not. Because I'm making too many mistakes like this. Holy shit, that's a lot of effort. Need to draw in grey rocks over there. Just to have that kind of cold feeling. Okay, are there any uncovered areas? Yeah, like here. That's not... I don't see any huge gaps. Do I? Not really. No. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, I think the density of rocks is a little bit high. Why not? Why not have something different? It's better than just a straight up than just the time map. So let's go for 0-1 pick chance over here. Make ourselves a brush. Press 2 times B and here we go. No. Don't go. we don't go. So I need to set up the color. Need to set up the layer. Need to reset the brush size then. And here we go. You have to be careful. We need to start all over again. I did not override this sorting layer, that's why I was in front of the map, and I think if I'm not careful, then I'm also not in front of the character, and that would mean something. It would mean that yeah, you would jump there and suddenly the rocks from the background are in front of you. That would be quite annoying to work with. So let's just play this. Let's just play this and see. And just see on the fly if this works or not. This is an unusual level. Very unusual. Holy shit, these guys are annoying. It's a little bit weird with the stones and in the front. And then those stones see over here, they're kind of darker than the stones that you're used to. That they're used to. But that's okay. It's just that they look so different. It's kind of obvious that they've been drawn in a different time. Yeah, they're very, very old drawings. Mine. I think the orientation is not good. I think it's a little bit hard to orientate yourself because there's too many rocks. Also, these guys need some. I think enemies just need some kind of outline or something. Yeah, like give the ravens red eyes and such. Just like I did with the peasants, that they now have fire arrows. It just helps a lot. Kind of funny that I can't shoot right now. Because that was a skill that is supposed to work with shooting. So the look of head factor does not work well when you're on these platforms. No, I always forget that on the ice, you actually have to be very, very careful where you step. What? Wait, no. Okay, it wasn't like this always. It wasn't always like this. It's so easy to die. Okay. So the trick is to just stop in the air. God, I really died. Okay, that's embarrassing. And I think it's going to take to level 1. No, it's not. Okay, interesting. Oh, I think it's because I came from this other level, and when you go to a new level, it's going to save. Okay, so let's go over here to spawn here. I think this area is quite alright, except for that the snow is really annoying. It's also really buggy. Ooh, snow. Worst mechanic in the game. I think it's alright. Then you get to the next level. So let's just... And then the next level is still going to set up. Still need to set this up. Oh. So after loading we had a problem. But that's related to the next level, because that level is not set up yet. Ah, okay, so let's maybe start with setting up the next level and then stop the stream because it's getting late. And I guess we have to stop somewhere. So level 6. That is going to be our final level. And we see something. Oh, actually, this is very easy to draw. Okay, this we will finish this level in no time because we're not going to draw in anything for real. Yeah, we're just going to draw in at the bottom here, and then just leave it like that. Oh dear, that level didn't age that well. I mean, it's not bad, but now that all the levels are looking phenomenal, this level is kind of an embarrassment, and this is the first time that you come and see the castle timer. And I think there's some really good assets in here. Or those are hand drawn by myself, but there's so many empty areas where I'm just like, okay, I don't have anything to put in there, just don't look. Please don't look. This is kind of embarrassing. Now that I see it, I didn't realize it's that bad, but it is, yeah, really bad. But it is what it is. Not going to redraw this. People have just to take it as it is. Sorry, just have that really big quality dip. Because I can't put in anything with the parallax effect here. Nope. Maybe I can draw a castle here in the background as an excuse. But for now, let's just set up the level. Okay, first. First things first. These things must use the UI camera. So the first and most important thing. Then we had two global lights needs to go, and the player has to be named player. Getting rid of all those. Holy shit, leather is just a brief. What is this letter? I'm confused. Is this letter even used? No, I don't think so. Get out of here. If it's used, I will just redraw the letter, whatever. But I don't see any letters disappear, so that's weird. That there just was a letter in there. Okay, it happens. Na komm her. Nee. Okay. The cats. They don't always come to me, and then when I turn to them, they're like, I don't want to know you. Who are you? Give food. Okay, then objects, torches, castle walls, main background, pillars, steps, foregrounds. It's just translating a lot of stuff. Just a very, very old level. Power left. Back then I thought that that's a good way to program. Foreground, wall left. Foreground, wall to left. Foreground, tower to left. Also, those names are not good. They're not descriptive. Foreground, main, tower. These are not descriptive, very descriptive names like tower left, 2. Always a little bit. That's how back in the day I used to just name things. Damage objects. But now I'm getting to the part where I'm just really, one step ahead of what I once was. And that's also why I will be quite happy when I finish this project. We could also call this project a problem. Because, so as I said, I'm not really proud of it anymore, yeah? And that is really the thing that is missing. It's hard to be proud of something that's just so old in age. I was proud back then. I'm not anymore. Chain, drum, trigger. But with the update, I will say, okay, now that's it. Seven and eight. 10 and 11. And the next boss scene would be number 10. The scene would be 11. So let's just see if we can play normally. No, we can't. Null reference exception here. With this, I think this is an old background. Yeah, this is an old background. Let's get rid of that.
Yes, my lord. The soldiers are alerted and have been told about the dangerous vampire.
The vampire is trapped in this room. Now is your chance to get high honors for your enemy.
He will not kill more innocent people, my lord.
And this is the start of the level. I don't have any ability right now, so the best strategy be to jump on this drum and then just get the hell out of here. And then you get to kind of get some kind of completely new gameplay suddenly. Suddenly your enemies are way stronger than they used to be. And everything is trying to kill you. Except for this bat. And then you go in here and... See, why is he not doing damage? Why is that skeleton not doing damage? That is weird. Come on, give me the skeleton. Don't go through all this. Okay. Skelet. Oh, it doesn't have attacks. Does the captain have an attack? Yes, he does. Now let's make sure that, well, that the skeleton has attacks, but seem to have been deleted for some reason. That's weird. No, the skeleton does not have attacks once it's in its default state. Okay. It's just look why it does not have attacks. I don't know. Maybe because it's a super old script. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Oh, it has 2 enemy stats. Yeah, that will explain a lot. So prefab. Open the prefab and make sure that you only have 1 enemy stats component. Okay, that just happened. Good. Now we are going to improve the look of the level. And for that, we are going to draw in stones. Gray stones only. And they will only be in the foreground. Create empty object map. And set up a panel group. Yeah. That should also be inside of grid. Current reference point. Just put this start here at the beginning. And let's finally create this group. Cancel it because we're not going to create it. Going to create the foreground. E. And just take these default values. And let's say we only want to use the gray stones. Good. So let's get the dynamic reference point over here and start drawing. Just as usual, we don't have much time. Just go in here and say let's draw. Change the draw chance to 0.4. That's basically all that we can do here. That's why I said this is going to be quite easy. That's pretty much all we can do. And we're finished. That's basically it. That's all we can do for this level. And we can still draw in something here though. Okay, so let's do that. After that we are... Oh no. Ah, I have a bug. A last minute bug. Thank you. Thank you. Last minute bug, that's just what I needed. So why is it using the wrong offset? So rotate them like this, and then there's... Oh yeah, because I said if you're in that specific mode. Where is it? Here. Here's the offset. If we're in the paint on timeout group, then use setting here, and we are in the paint on timeout group. Yeah, here we are. But this should actually work. Hmm. And this just plugs in the offset that is going to be plugged in there. It's not making any checks, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't. I don't understand. That's weird. I'm pretty sure that this is the right setting. Okay, let's just pause this line of code. Let's just pause that. Let's see what happens. Maybe I'm wrong here. Okay, because it's actually working much better. Okay, then let's deactivate this. And it's still working. Oh no, no, it's not working. So if this and not keep rotation, then we want to use that offset. Okay. Now it should work in any case. Let's check that. Keep rotation. Okay, rotate it. Yeah, looks alright. Okay, now it's good in any case. Good. Let's finish this. Yeah, just by throwing in more stones. Go to sorting layer 2 then. I think this is sorting layer 1. And the last is rocks faded. Just use the settings that we just used here. Except that the order layer is different. Okay, that's basically... Oh, no, that's not it. That's not it, that's not it. We still have one thing to do. And then we are finished with this level, and then I'm going to end this stream. And that is lowest positions. And there's not much difference here. But nonetheless, we're going to do this in the lowest position. This whole time map is going to look like this. And then in the highest positions, which should be the highest point that you can reach, like over here. I think this is pretty much the highest point. And it should look a bit different. Like have all that I don't know, sunrise? It's not sunrise, it's dawn. You see the whole dawn. And we're pretty much never going to see anything else. And that's it. Let's play the level. Let's play the level one time. Go through it and just try to judge if this is an improvement or not. Well, it's an improvement, but I think it's quite okay here, to be honest. It could be worse. And this is also the first time that we have these letters. So the user is nonetheless going to be distracted a lot. And then there's the first time he's going to see these spikes. Yeah, it's also important that you can actually see the spikes quite clearly, and we can. That's good. Ignore these bats, because I hate them. And then you can get this skill. Jump over here and going. And then there's this guy. You pretty much meet him for the first time and die. Okay, now second part was not what is supposed to happen. Supposed to survive him. Oh come on, I wanted to kill him. He barely survived. Goodbye. Oh oh, here comes the hardest part. Yeah, easy. Oh, good. But for some reason the time up shifting is not what I thought it would be. In the highest positions. Yeah, I thought this would be below our actual baseline, but it was above. It was like this. Looked like the calculation failed. Oh, come on, that took quite some time. Here we were standing at this position, and I'm pretty sure that the mountains were way higher than they were supposed to be. Bullshit. Ah, come on. Why? We can just put this down a bit, even though we shouldn't. Yeah. Not much of a choice then. Okay, but I said it's really late. It's really late. Okay, let's just finish it here. Let's say, okay, we made another level and we're finishing with the castle now. It has been a lot of fun to actually use a tool instead of just making it. Still finding out small bugs here and there. So next time I will stream, I will probably going to be coding a little bit again. But you've seen how the time that goes into coding is becoming less and less. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the next stream because it feels good to just see progress on the game again. Just needed that after that long absence of actually doing something on my game. Working on an own asset framework is hard. It's really hard. I'm still not finished, but for now, I need to test my asset, and there's no better test than testing this in practice on your own game. Yeah, this is what I'm actually doing right now. So, thank you for tuning in. I hope you have a wonderful, good rest of the day, and see you back whenever I will be back and you will be tuning in. So, goodbye.